19 के बीच में roughly 47,381 wild animals were slaughtered, and उसमें 31 वैसे थे जो प्रोटेक्टेड स्पीसीज के थे। इसका मतलब यह है कि हम we are just ignored this area and we are sitting on a time bomb. We are seeing one virus, we are seeing one COVID-19. I do not know how many COVIDs we have in time to come. What about Ebola? You talk about AIDS. Again, that comes from animals. You talk about avian flu. That again comes from animals. You talk about SARS. Again comes from wild animals. Sujata ji, there was a research carried out and it was published in a Lancet, a paper of repute. And the work was done by a group of scientists. It is very simple. In fact, we have made our research very complicated. The researches are very simple and that should be simple. इन्होंने क्या किया कि 1960 से लेकर 2004 के बीच में कितने नए बीमारियां हुई, they wanted to know about the things, और उन्होंने देखा कि 300 ऐसी नई बीमारियां आई हैं और उस 300 में से 60% बीमारियां हैं वो जूनोटिक्स हैं जिनका की ओरिजिन वाइल्ड लाइफ है, एनिमल्स। मैं बड़ा खुश हो रहा था, इंडिया वाज जस्ट पासिंग थ्रू वन ऑफ द टफेस्ट लॉकडाउन इन द वर्ल्ड। ये पेपर में भी आया था। वी अर्नड आवर नेम इन द पेपर, इन द हिस्ट्री, दैट वी हैव गॉन थ्रू द टफेस्ट लॉकडाउन। But I was surprised to see one of the report that was published. The report was from WWF, World Wildlife Fund. The report said that हम शिकारी तो जंगल में शिकार कर रहे थे, and the poaching, the killing of animals had gone up. जो angulates की killing थी, that had gone up from 22% to 44%. And the small animal had gone up from 6% to 22%. Sir, there is a world market of illegal trafficking, and that amounts to $23 billion. We are failing at this front, and I do not know how many COVIDs we are waiting for, because we are not at all doing anything. You'll be surprised that we are spending only 0.67% on research, whereas Israel is spending on 5%, China 4% of their GDP. So unless, my dear friends, we invest in research, will not be able to find what is happening, and we will keep dying. Now, let us come to Jharkhand. Jharkhand is a wonderful country, a wonderful state. I'm born and brought up in Jharkhand. As you rightly said, I did my IAC, BSc, schooling, everything until I got into IFS. I stayed in Jharkhand. I don't claim that I know much about Jharkhand, but yes, I have a fairly good idea about Jharkhand. Jharkhand, the geographical area of Jharkhand is 79,716 square kilometers, which constitutes somewhere around 2.4% of the national geographical area. The recorded forest area is somewhere around 29.61%. The forest cover is 29.62%. And the very dense forest in Jharkhand has gone up, reportedly. As the ISFR says, the moderately dense forest has gone up. The reports are made in India. But the global forest watch says that the humid primary forest in Jharkhand has gone down by 59 hectares. 49 hectares, sorry. We need to go back to some of the issues of the wildlife. There was a report about the wildlife census, which was released none other than Prime Minister of our country. And the report says, Sujata ji, that we have more domestic dogs in the tiger reserve than tiger. We have more domestic dogs in the tiger reserves than tiger. And they have identified 18 tiger reserves, my dear friend. This cuts across all the states. And some of the states had no tiger at all but domestic dogs. This is really surprising. Where are we and where are we going to? We have got a number of organizations looking after wildlife. A number of organizations. Will you believe that the land transfer from the wildlife areas to the other developmental activities has been approved, has gone to the level of 99.7%. The wildlife which was supposed to be the sanctum sanctorum once upon a time. We are playing with wildlife without any research. I must speak to you. And we are sitting on a time bomb. I always say to the elite group like you, but nobody raises any voice. Nobody raises any voice. I've written in due course of my talk. I'll tell you that I have written to Chief Justice of India. I have written to Prime Minister. I have written to the Forest Minister. There are two studies done. One by Dr. Tim and Kreis in 2017. And it was published in Biological Conservation. There is a reputed journal. What does it say? Sanjeev bhai, this says a very grave thing. This says that dogs are responsible. Dogs are responsible for the extinction of 11 vertebrates in the tiger reserve areas. And this also says that just threatened the predator of the forest ecosystem. One of the researchers named animal this was India specific. And I would like to request you to listen to it very carefully because this matters a lot to our country. What does the report say? The report says that the dogs attacked 80 species in our country in the tiger reserve, and 31 of them were threatened by IUCN. They were in the list of threatened species declared by IUCN. And the attacks led to 45% of the death. The dogs attacked the major animals, mostly ungulates, mostly tigers. Even tigers were attacked by the dogs. Hyenas. So what is happening? That means we are disturbing the ecosystem. And around 68% of the dogs were not accompanied by human beings. That means dogs are the serious issue to be tackled with. And this report was released by none other than our Honorable Prime Minister. The forest bureaucracy should have thought before getting it released by none other than Prime Minister. They should have really restrained it. Now I tell you, Jharkhand is a wonderful state where the people, the forest bureaucracy does not know that the three wildlife sanctuaries have been hollowed out, have been brutally mutilated by National Mineral Corporation and Steel Authority of India Limited for mining. When I spoke to the PCC of Jharkhand, he said, "Sir, मुझे पता ही नहीं है ये तीन जो वाइल्ड लाइफ सैंक्चुरीज है एग्जिस्ट भी करता है, I do not know." Anis Ansari sir, I filed 3 PIL in Jharkhand. 3 PIL in Jharkhand. 405 square kilometers of forest land was de-reserved and given to mining by one of my batchmates, who later became the DG Forest. And Adani came into being. And Adani came there and started mining out there. Mining is not at all, I mean, this is when this is going to endanger our life. Mining keeps no meaning for us. Life comes first. And I tell you, those 3 wildlife sanctuaries are Sasangda Buru Wildlife Sanctuary, Bamia Buru Wildlife Sanctuaries, and Songra Wildlife Sanctuaries. It has been widely mentioned when I spoke to the PCC, he says that I don't find any evidence of this, the evidence of the very existence of these wildlife sanctuaries. I told him, go through this. This finds is mentioned in a report prepared by Indian Wildlife Board, the then Indian Wildlife Board, which converted into National Wildlife Board, way back in 1965. IBW, Indian Wildlife Board, prepared a status report of the 3 sanctuaries for the presentation before IUCN. It finds its mention, it gets its mention. It is mentioned there. Sujata ji, the second evidence was a book written by P. Venkat Ramani. The name of the book is Conservation and Wildlife Management of Jharkhand. And he says that all the 3 wildlife sanctuaries in Jharkhand, where he also mentions when they were established. He says that Sasangda Buru National Wildlife Sanctuary was created in 1936. Bamia Buru Wildlife Sanctuary was created in 1936, and Songra was created in 1932. So we had the oldest wildlife sanctuaries, and now they have been hollowed out. You don't find anything. The Forest Department works on the basis of working plans. That's now we call the management plans and the wildlife management plans. They are sanctioned by the Government of India, state government of respective government of state governments, and then Government of India. These 3 wildlife sanctuaries are mentioned, are reflected in the working plans of the Saranda Forest Division. When you go through the wildlife, when you go through the working plan prepared in 76 and 96, you will find them. When I can find it, why can't the PCCF of the respective state can find it? I mean, working plan is a document is always kept in history. It is available in Jharkhand. It is available in FRI. It is available with the Government of India. And after 1996, the working plan was not rewritten in these areas. That means we decided to do away with this. The Wildlife Act 1972 says that any protected area, any national park, any wildlife sanctuaries which was created before 72 will have the same legal status after 72, after the enactment of this act. We have got Goda Varman versus Union India, a case, and the judgment is well laid out, which supports us. For 1 inch of forest land to be diverted, we need to have the permission of either Supreme Court or the government of India. Why don't we derive a strength out of this judgment? That reminds me of a very, very famous quote of a deputy prime minister of our country. Well, while he was speaking to the press on the behavior of the press media, this is called to be the fourth pillar of the democracy. He was talking to them regarding the emergency of 1975. He said that you were told to bend, but you started crawling. That fits well with us. We are also told to bend, but we started crawling. I'm talking about the forest bureaucracy. Why can't we say that because these national park or the wildlife sanctuaries can't be given for the developmental activities? This can't be given for the mining. Why can't we say this? Because this threatens our life. We are looking at COVID. Look at COVID-19. The world has no clue what happened to us. One bat, यही तो कहा जाता है कि चमगादड़ के जूस को चाइना में चमगादड़ और वेट मार्केट में चमगादड़ को मारा, खाया, पिया और उससे ह्यूमन we are one of the container. We spread them. जब वहां पे ये हालत हो गई तो कितने तो हो रहे हैं यहाँ पे वाइल्ड लाइफ को, हम कितने वाइल्ड लाइफ को मार रहे हैं, कितने वाइल्ड लाइफ को बेच रहे हैं, कितने लोग खा रहे हैं. हमारी पूरी की पूरी खत्म हो जाएगी, नस्ल खत्म हो जाएगी, ह्यूमैनिटी खत्म हो जाए. There is a report published by WII, Wildlife Institute of India, Dehradun. This says that earlier this Saranda forest 300 species. Now this has reduced to 87. That means either they have gone extinct or we are unable to find them. They are off the grid. ISFR report, if you study ISFR report in between 2001 and 19, the latest one, that says the Saranda forest has lost a forest area to the tune of 361 square kilometer, my dear friend. Others have also right to live, not only the rich people in India. If others are mining, they have got their houses in London, they have got their houses in America, but we people, we have nowhere else to go. We have to live in India. The other day I was just reading one of the article which says that Mukesh Ambani has bought a house in London worth 564 in England in that currency. He can go there and he can live, but will die of COVID. Now what happens in Jharkhand? Jharkhand is a wonderful state with a wonderful forest bureaucracy. The government of India and the Supreme Court says that you should have eco-sensitive zone in and around national park, in and around wildlife sanctuaries, and that should be somewhere around 10 kilometers, that no activity, no commercial activity has to be done within that eco-sensitive zone. But one of my batchmates, he has reduced that. He has sent a proposal to the government of India passed by the Jharkhand government and sent for the approval to the government of India that the eco-sensitive zone should be reduced to 3 kilometers. What for? Because you want to give away that 7 kilometer extra to mining. Sujata ji, this is not acceptable. Now I tell you one more example, sir. There is a Palamu Tiger Reserve, and Palamu Tiger Reserve has 2 railway lines already passing through the Tiger Reserve. The intensity of the frequency of the railway line trains passing through that railway to that area, through that area, each the interval of the time is 5 minutes. This passes every 5 minutes. One train passes every 5 minutes, and 180 pairs of trains are already passing through that area. Now the government of India has decided to lay down another track of 294 kilometers. And what for? They are carrying coal from Jharkhand to the eastern part of the country. My dear friend, my dear Sanjeev ji, already if you look at the climate change issues, the world is now coming very hard on coal. But the coal consumption in India has gone up by 5.4%. And उसमें भी
sorry, who is this Mr. Prince? Mr. Prince, आप ये switch off करो अपना मोबाइल, अपना ये वीडियो.
Very disrespectful person.
Should I speak?
Okay, sir, carry on. Sir, carry on.
Okay,
carry on, please.
Thank you. So the third line is supposed to be laid down that runs 291 or 294 kilometers. ये हम लोगों ने नहीं कहा, वहां के गांव के लोगों ने, 20 गांव के लोगों ने, 25,000 के लोग आसपास आए और उन्होंने उसका विरोध करना शुरू कर दिया. उनके विरोध करने का सुजाता जी एक कारण था. अब हर 5 मिनट में अगर ट्रेन जा रही है तो वहां का एलिफेंट क्या करेगा? एलिफेंट जाता और मुड़ के चला, क्योंकि ट्रेन आ रही होती है. या तो वो एलिफेंट मर जाता है या तो फिर चला जाता है. अब वो एलिफेंट जब लौट के आता है तो उन ग्रामीणों के खेतों में जो फसल लगी है उसको खत्म करता है, वो खाता है. तो गांव वालों ने उसका विरोध करना शुरू कर दिया कि या तो आप हाथी हटा दो या आप ट्रेन लाइन हटा दो, रेलवे लाइन हटा दो, 2 काम में से एक काम करो. और इन लोगों ने ये भी कहा कि नहीं भैया, हम ऐसा करते हैं कि जो ट्रेन का स्पीड होगा वो 25 किलोमीटर का होगा. मैं आपको एक छोटी सी बात बताता हूं. मैं क्या बताऊं, मुझे समय कम मिला, लेकिन थोड़ा हमारी बात मेरे अनुभव के आधार पे होता है. व्हेन आई वाज डायरेक्टर दुधवा नेशनल पार्क, हमारे दुधवा नेशनल पार्क से एक रेलवे लाइन निकल रहा था और उस पे एक दिन सुबह मेरे वायरलेस पे खबर आई कि 3 टाइगर्स को कट गए हुए. मैंने संजीव जी कुछ नहीं किया, मैंने डीआरएम के खिलाफ एफआईआर दर्ज कर दी. लखनऊ का डीआरएम बड़ी पावरफुल थी वो उन दिनों. अब वो हंगामा शुरू हुआ. हमने कहा कि फॉरेस्ट इज द फर्स्ट राइट, द वाइल्ड लाइफ हैज द फर्स्ट राइट ओवर फॉरेस्ट. संजीव जी, फॉरेस्ट को हमारी जरूरत नहीं है, हमें फॉरेस्ट की जरूरत है. लेट अस अंडरस्टैंड दिस. This is the basic law of the nature. We need them. Forest does not need us. तो मैंने उस पूरे लाइन को जब कर्व बनाया, ग्राफ पे खींचा, टाइम देखा, पिछले 10 साल के जब रिकॉर्ड्स देखे, तो टाइगर के मरने का समय मॉर्निंग में था, अर्ली मॉर्निंग. मरने वालों में वो था जब टाइग्रेस अपने बच्चों के साथ क्रॉस कर रही थी. टाइगर्स को उसके लाइट जब देखते हैं, टाइगर्स का आई का जो स्ट्रक्चर होता है उसमें जो अगर आप उसको फोकस करेंगे तो वो टाइगर स्टैंड स्टिल हो जाती है वहां पे, टाइगर है टाइग्रेस, उस समय कट जाती है. मैंने क्या किया कि वो जो स्पीड नापने का इक्विपमेंट होता है, मैंने उसके स्पीड को देखा. They were claiming that we are traveling at a speed of 10 to 15 किलोमीटर. जब मैंने randomly उसको दिखाया without letting them know, they were traveling at the speed of, Sujata ma'am, at the speed of 70-75 किलोमीटर पर आवर. अब इसका तो नुकसान तो होना ही था, और कैसे कोई इस नुकसान को भरपाई कर पाएगा. मैंने फिर हमने अपने मुख्यमंत्री जी को कहा, हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी ने टुक अप द मैटर विद रेलवे मिनिस्टर. और सवारी क्या आनी है वहां से? सवारी कुछ आनी नहीं है. मैंने सवारी के पैटर्न को भी देखा तो 30-40 लोग बैठते थे गांव से जो थे. मैंने कहा कि आप इनको रोड स्ट्रक्चर दे दीजिए, रोड का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर दे दीजिए, सड़क के बाहर दे दीजिए, आप गांव को जोड़ दीजिए, बाहर फॉरेस्ट के बाहर रिलोकेट कर दीजिए. टाइगर बहुत जरूरी है हमारे लिए, वाइल्ड लाइफ हमारे लिए बहुत जरूरी है. मैं तो इस हद तक जुनूनी हूं संजीव जी कि आज आप देखते होंगे ना कि अभी गिर फॉरेस्ट में क्या हुआ. 3 मैम वहां पे एक डिजीज निकला हुआ जिसको कैनाइन डिस्टेंपर वायरस कहते हैं. उस गिर फॉरेस्ट में रफली 13 लायंस मर गए, और ये डिजीज कुत्तों के द्वारा ट्रांसफर होता है. वो जो लायंस होते हैं वो गांव में चले आते हैं, क्योंकि अब आपके पास इकोसिस्टम तो है नहीं. और आपने जो, मैं इस हद तक हूं, अब आपने क्या कर दिया है कि जिप्सी में भरते हैं लोग और चले जाते हैं नेशनल पार्क में, और टाइगर सामने जा रहा है, या बैठ के फोटो खींचते हैं, आवाज करते हैं, वो ये नहीं समझते हैं कि टाइगर के इससे ब्रीडिंग पैटर्न को खतरा है, टाइगर के इस पे मूवमेंट पे खतरा है, टाइगर के पूरे पैटर्न लाइफ स्टाइल पे खतरा हो जाता है. और वो टाइगर क्या करता है कि गांव की तरफ चला आता है. तो लायंस गिर फॉरेस्ट के आसपास क्या किया कि हम लोगों ने तो नेशनल पार्क के चारों तरफ 5 स्टार होटल्स बना दिए हैं. आप जिप कॉरिडोर को जाइए, देखिए उसके चारों तरफ 5 स्टार होटल्स बने हुए हैं. अब नतीजा होगा कि जब लायंस बाहर आएगा तो वो आपके गाय को मारेगा, आपके जानवरों को मारेगा, कुत्तों को मारेगा, और उस कुत्ते से वो डिजीज ले लेता है जिसको कि कैनाइन डिस्टेंपर वायरस कहते हैं. और 313 लायंस मर गए. तो अनीस भाई, अगर जब तक हम लोग इसको रोकेंगे नहीं, जब तक हम टूरिज्म को भी, हम कहते हैं वाइल्ड लाइफ को अगर आपको देखना है, आवश्यक क्या है? अगर आपसे हमारे वाइल्ड लाइफ को खतरा हो रहा है तो हम इसको बंद करें ना. अब एक दूसरी बात बताता हूं. इसे पलामू टाइगर रिजर्व में व्हाट हैपेंड दैट प्राइम मिनिस्टर हैड गॉन ऑन 5th of January 2019 and inaugurated a dam called मंडल डैम. इस मंडल डैम में, इस डैम की वजह से वहां पे करीब 3.5 लाख पेड़ कट जाएंगे. 3.5 लाख पेड़ कटेंगे. और इस मंडल डैम की वजह से वो जो फ्रैगमेंटेशन है, वो फ्रैगमेंटेशन होगा आपके उसके टेरिटोरियल एरियाज. इसमें बहुत लंबा इशू है, लेकिन अब समय चूंकि 10 मिनट और बचता है मेरे पास, क्योंकि आई लाइक टू टेक योर क्वेश्चंस. ऐसा है कि झारखंड के मामले में एनजीटी ने कहा कि भैया आप एलिफेंट के कॉरिडोर बना दो. मैं आपको एक बात बता दूं, 144 corridors have been identified in India, of which 14 are in Jharkhand. But the Jharkhand government has not been able to identify them, not able to improve them, not been able to notify them. इसकी वजह से ये प्रॉब्लम है. और क्लाइमेट चेंज का तो इंपैक्ट हो ही रहा है वाइल्ड लाइफ पे, वो तो अलग से हो रहा है. पलामू टाइगर रिजर्व में पानी नहीं है, देंगे वो। क्लाइमेट एक रिपोर्ट आई है, वो रिपोर्ट कहता है कि 47% फ्लाइटलेस मैमल्स इन द वाइल्ड लाइफ एंड 23% ऑफ द बर्ड्स आर नेगेटिवली इंपैक्ट। मैं यहां पे इसको खत्म करके थोड़ा सा आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि कंट्री में क्या हालत है। सुजाता मैम, आपने देखा होगा कि जब पुलवामा अटैक हुआ था तो वो दिन था मेरे ख्याल से 9 फरवरी 2019 एंड द प्राइम मिनिस्टर वाज इन जिम कॉर्बेट नेशनल पार्क। वहां पे वो एक ये आता है ना डिस्कवरी चैनल वाला एक आदमी जो बड़ा अपने मतलब प्राइम मिनिस्टर वाज ही आल्सो लव्स बीइंग फिल्म्ड एंड ऑल, तो वो फिल्म बना रहे थे। वहां पे बातों बातों में जब हो जाता तो सारे अधिकारी भी पहुंच गए, बोला सर आप मेरा, अरे तो बोलते उन्होंने कहा कि टाइगर रिजर्व के लिए, टाइगर सफारी के लिए बनाते। आप बिलीव करिए, मैं 35 साल की नौकरी कर चुका और नेशनल पार्क में कभी भी टाइगर रिजर्व, सुजाता मैम, ये कॉन्सेप्ट ही नहीं है। हमारे फॉरेस्ट ब्यूरोक्रेसी ने 10,000 पेड़ काट दिए जिम कॉर्बेट के कि हम तो टाइगर रिजर्व, टाइगर सफारी बनाएंगे। अब टाइगर सफारी आप बनाओगे तो बना लो, 10,000 पेड़ कट गए विदाउट एनी अप्रूवल। अब जब हम इतना करेंगे लैंड को ओपन कास्ट माइनिंग के लिए दे दिया, में ओपन कास्ट कोल माइनिंग हो। मतलब चूंकि वो बेजुबान है, वो कुछ बोल नहीं सकते, आप उनके घर को कुछ भी कर दीजिए। एक आसाम में ही सैखोवा नेशनल पार्क है। ऑल इंडिया ने क्या किया, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने, वो जो कि पीएचई है, उन्होंने एक टीआरडी एक टेक्निक है, उस टेक्निक में ऐसा है कि आप रियो में बैठ के भोपाल में खुदाई कर सकते हैं जमीन के नीचे, टनल। तो उन्होंने टनल के नीचे खुदाई करना, नेशनल पार्क के नीचे खोदना शुरू कर दिया। क्या कारण था, ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या था? द ऑब्जेक्टिव वाज ओनली टू एक्सट्रैक्ट ऑयल एंड नेचुरल गैस। एनजीटी ने पूछा कि भाई साहब आप कुछ कर रहे हो ये सब, इसका इन्वायरमेंटल इंपैक्ट असेसमेंट करा लिया है कि नहीं? ये लिखित एफिडेविट देते हैं कि नहीं करा है सर जी, हम तो उसमें काम ही नहीं कर रहे, हम तो उनकी जमीन के नीचे काम कर रहे हैं। अगर हम नेशनल पार्क में काम करेंगे तब तो आप हमें गाली दीजिए ना, सस्पेंड करिए, हम तो उसके नीचे काम कर रहे हैं। अब क्या हुआ कि उसमें आग लग गई। आग लगता है, अब 11,000 लोगों को, उसके आसपास के लोगों को हटाया। लेकिन आप वाइल्ड लाइफ को कहां हटाओगे? कितने मरे, किसी कोई गणना ही नहीं है, कोई काम ही नहीं है उसका सर जी। एक अरुणाचल प्रदेश में मैं आपको बताऊं, एक अरुणाचल प्रदेश में सर एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट है दिबांग, अगर आप जानते होंगे तो मैं आपको बता दूं कि उस दिबांग में इन लोगों ने क्या किया कि 11,000
सर
आसपास।
सर युवराज सिंह सर,
यस सर।
दिबांग में बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व भी है।
अरे सर मैं अभी उसी पे तो आ रहा हूं सर।
हाँ हाँ हाँ,
मैं उसी पे आ रहा हूं, मैं उसी पे आ रहा हूं सर। तो आपने सही कहा सर। ऐसा है कि हम लोग क्या करें कि अल्टीमेटली बेजुबानों की शहर है सर। दिबांग में एक दिबांग वाइल्ड लाइफ सैंक्चुरी है विच इज 12 किलोमीटर्स अवे फ्रॉम दिबांग फॉरेस्ट। इस पे of India thought to have a electricity hydro project of 3097 megawatt, और इस पे 1150.8 हेक्टेयर जमीन फॉरेस्ट का उन्होंने काट दिया, अप्रूव कर दिया। उसका इंक्लाइन, संजीव भाई आप अगर सर्वे के होंगे तो 45 to 50 इंक्लाइन पे फॉरेस्ट, बिल्कुल वर्जिन फॉरेस्ट। देयर इज अ कंट्री कॉल्ड नॉर्वे which is 300 times larger than Diban, but it has less biodiversity than Diban. और इस दिबांग की हालत देखिए क्या है, पिछले 7 वर्षों में 34 बार अर्थक्वेक आ चुका है। अगर आप वहां पे कोई भी हाइड्रो प्रोजेक्ट बनाएंगे, ये सिस्मिकली एक्टिव जोन है। 2 रिवर जिसके ऊपर ये हाइड्रो डैम बना रहे हैं, एक है ड्राई रिवर, दूसरा है टैंगोन रिवर। टैंगोन रिवर पे वो बना रहे हैं 80 मीटर्स हाइट का डैम है, और ड्राई रिवर पे 101 मीटर का डैम है। और इस पे जो पेड़ कटने वाले हैं सर जी, जो नंबर ऑफ ट्रीज टू बी फेल्ड, मैम सत्यनारायण ममता जी, द नंबर ऑफ ट्रीज टू बी फेल्ड इज 5 lakhs। और मैं इसमें बात ही नहीं करता कि उसमें कितने फैमिलीज को हटाएंगे, कितने को रखेंगे। करीब 265 ट्राइबल फैमिलीज आर टू बी रिमूव्ड। अब मैं खत्म करूंगा मेरा समय, क्योंकि आई वुड लाइक टू हैव, बहुत सारे इश्यूज हैं। मैं मिश्रा डॉक्टर साहब से मैं कह रहा था कि थोड़ा सा मुझे समय देते, बट मेरे अनुरोध को उन्होंने स्वीकार नहीं किया। मैं अब लास्ट करता हूं।
समय लीजिए
जी सर,
समय लीजिए आप।
ओ मैं ले लूं?
हाँ बिल्कुल।
Oh, great. So, I really need a person like you.
Thank you, Anis Ahmed sir. We need that discussion.
Okay, thank you. अब आप देखिए केन और बेतवा का। The government of India is trying to link rivers, northern rivers with the peninsular rivers. There are 14 Himalayan rivers, my dear friend. इसरो की रिपोर्ट है, एंड एक गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ अर्थ साइंसेस की रिपोर्ट है। वो रिपोर्ट क्या कहती है? रिपोर्ट कहती है कि 95% ग्लेशियर्स इंडिया में जो है वो दो बाय द टर्न ऑफ द सेंचुरी विल ड्राई अप, यू विल हैव नो वाटर, इवन द गंगा विल टर्न आउट टू बी ए स्मॉल नाला, नैरो नाला। और मैं जो दिबांग की बात बता रहा हूं, द 2 rivers are fed by 300 small glaciers, and they are receding at the speed of 47.8 meters per annum, and the scientists have a projections that this will dry up by 2050. So otherwise also you do not need to have any dam built when the dam has no future. We are running somewhere around say 2022, 30 साल में वो डैम ही बेकार हो जाएगा। पानी नहीं रहेगा तो डैम क्या चलाओगे आप? किसके लिए पेड़ काट रहे हो आप? केन बेतवा रिवर में दे वांटेड टू लिंक दोज रिवर्स with the help of 30 canals and 3000 reservoirs. उसमें मध्य प्रदेश का, जहां से डॉक्टर साहब हैं हमारे स्कंद मिश्रा जी, देयर इज पन्ना टाइगर रिजर्व, एंड आई टेल यू सुजाता मैम दैट रफली 12,000 फॉरेस्ट, 12,000 of the land is to be diverted for this activity. Out of that 12,000 land, 9,000 forest land is to be under submergence. यहां तक तो ठीक है। उसके बाद जो उस पन्ना नेशनल पार्क, पन्ना टाइगर रिजर्व का जो पेड़ काटेंगे, वो पेड़ कम से कम अगर कटेगा, आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कितना पेड़ कटेगा? 7.5 लाख पेड़ कटेंगे सर। 7.5 लाख पेड़ कटेंगे सुजाता मैम। कितने एनिमल्स एक्सटिंक्ट हो जाएंगे आपको और हमको पता ही नहीं है। ये दिस प्रोजेक्ट इज सपोज टू जनरेट 103 megawatt of electricity and 30% of the generated electricity will be used to lift water from Ken River to Betwa. And I have reports, though the government does not believe it, does not say this, the Ken has no water during summer. The government is sitting over the report that the Ken has water deficit. जब पानी नहीं है उसको बेतवा में कहां को शिफ्ट करोगे? आपका ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या है? आपका ऑब्जेक्टिव है कि 6 lakh hectare in MP would be irrigated and 2.5 lakh hectare would be irrigated in UP. तो जब मैंने झांसी में काम किया है, I've seen बेतवा पानी। अब एक और मैं बताता हूं, एक डाउन साउथ अगर आप जाइएगा, एक देयर इज अ सिटी कॉल कोडगु, जिसको कुर्ग कहते हैं। सर ये इस कुर्ग में मैं आपको बताऊं कि इस कुर्ग में मतलब जो ओवरलैप करता है वो 3 वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी ओवरलैप करता है। और उसमें सुजाता मैम 2, आजकल आप पेपर में पढ़े होंगे, सिल्वर लाइन 2 रेलवे लाइंस को अप्रूव कर दिया। वो कौन से 2 रेलवे लाइंस हैं? वो हैं थालासेरी मैसूरू और हुमसूर मैंगलुरु। 5.5 लाख के आसपास पॉपुलेशन है कोडगु का। 25% आर मलयालीज। मलयालीज आर वेरी एग्रेसिव बिजनेसमैन एंड कोडगु हैज 43% share of coffee market in the country. That means it thrives on coffee. अगर आप 1 कप कॉफी पीते हैं तो 1 इज ओवर। इन लोगों ने कहा कि हम वी वांट टू कनेक्ट केरला with Kodagu with the rest of the country, and in due process they are going to, project is approved, they are going to fell 5 lakhs of trees, which is overlapping with 3 wildlife sanctuaries. 70% of the water goes to Kaveri river. This is the catchment of Kaveri, and there is a fight in between Tamil Nadu and Karnataka for the water sharing in Kaveri. अब पानी नहीं रहेगा, अब कहां दोगे? क्यों पेड़ काट रहे हो? लोगों ने इस पे विरोध किया। सुजाता मैम, जब लोगों ने विरोध किया तो क्या हुआ कि मुख्यमंत्री ने कहा कि भाई मुझे तो देखना है वहां जाके। मुख्यमंत्री जी ने डिसाइडेड टू गो एंड सी हिमसेल्फ। एवरी डिस्ट्रिक्ट हैज अ पुलिस लाइन बना होता है वीवीआईपी मूवमेंट के लिए। उन्होंने कहा मुझे तो मौके पे जाके देखना है। मौके पे उनको हेलीपैड बनाया गया और उसमें 300 पेड़ काट दिए। उसके बाद आजकल जो चल रहा है कि पावर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, उन्होंने कहा कि हम यहाँ पे एक हाई टेंशन हाई पावर लाइन ले जाएंगे। 50,000 पेड़ उस पे काट दिए। तो मेरे कहने का पॉइंट ये है कि अगर इस तरह हम करते रहे तो हमारे पास तो फॉरेस्ट क्या, फॉरेस्ट वाइल्ड लाइफ क्या, कुछ भी नहीं बचेगा। और फिर हम कहेंगे क्या? यूपी, लाइक आई विल नॉट कोट एनी अदर स्टेट बट आई वुड लाइक टू कोट यूपी, एक दिन में 25 करोड़ पौधे लगा रहे। मैंने 35 साल की नौकरी में मैंने एक आरटीआई किया मैं कि भाई बता दो सर्वाइवल परसेंटेज कितना है। मैं बहुत मतलब अपने कैडर में फिर हमसे लोग नाराज हो जाते हैं, ज्यादा तकलीफ में रहते हैं हमसे। जब मैं नौकरी में था तब भी तो उसका जो सर्वाइवल परसेंट है वो 18% से 30% तक है। तो अब आप एक चीज बताइए कि मुझे साइंटिफिक क्या है कि पुराना जो फॉरेस्ट है उसको हम बचाएं अगर हम 10 पौधे लगाते हैं तो 10 पौधे को ही जिंदा रखें। 25 करोड़ लगाने की जरूरत क्या है आपको? आपको वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड बनाना है? इसमें और बहुत सारा चीजें सर, बट आई वुड लाइक टू टेक क्वेश्चंस। तो चंचल मल्होत्रा जी, वेलकम वेलकम टू द शो, एंड आई वुड लाइक टू हैव यू with us. Very happy to be with you. And now sir, आप मैम एंड सर क्वेश्चंस पूछें।
हाँ जी सर, आपका कंसर्न बिल्कुल ठीक है, मैंने इसीलिए कैमरा ऑन किया। सर हरियाणा में, मैं हरियाणा से हूँ बेसिकली, और एक प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी में वर्क करती हूँ। सर वहाँ के जो तालाब है ना, मतलब आप ये देखिए कि वो डेड नहीं हो जाएंगे विद पैसेज ऑफ टाइम, बिल्कुल खत्म हो जाएंगे वो तो। और जो खेत है ना सर, खेतों में पक्की सड़कें जा चुकी हैं, मतलब खेतों में पक्की सड़कें। आप ये देखिए कि जो पक्की सड़क के आसपास के खेत होंगे उनका क्या होगा।
अब मैं आपको बता देता हूँ। मैं आपको बहुत अच्छा लगा आपने कहा वेटलैंड, मैंने छोड़ दिया था, एक इशू था पूरे कंट्री में। 27,403 wetlands, which constitutes 4.7% of the total geographical area. We have an institute of the great eminence called WII, Wildlife Institute of India. This says that 80% of the wetland is already finished, and we are losing wetland at the rate of 3% per annum. अब हमारे पास कहाँ है कुछ मैम? रहने को घर नहीं सारा जहां हमारा, रहने को घर नहीं सारा जहां हमारा।
और समझ भी नहीं आता कि परमिशन देता कौन है, कौन परमिशन दे रहा है, किसकी
भारत सरकार दे रही है मैम, भारत सरकार दे रही है, भारत सरकार दे रही है। मैं आपको बताऊं, आपको एक चीज और मैंने नहीं बताया। लेट मी से दैट व्हेन आई वाज रिसर्चिंग, 86% of the land transfer, forest land transfer done by 10 states. 10 states. उस 10 states के जो मुखिया थे फॉरेस्ट के, सभी रिटायरमेंट के बाद आज कहीं जॉब में है, भारत सरकार की जॉब में है। Either they are made member of NGT, they are made chairman of some PSUs. ऐसा है कि मैंने तो आपको झुकने के लिए कहा था, आप तो क्रॉल करने लग गए।
Exactly.
तो हम तो क्रॉल करते हैं ना मैम। इस कंट्री को 3 लोगों ने बर्बाद किया, ब्यूरोक्रेसी, लीडर्स एंड बिजनेस पीपल, ट्रेडर्स।
Sir, excuse me, sir. May I interrupt, sir?
Always, sir, you are most welcome.
So it's a wonderful lecture. It's a very lucid expression of what has been in this country, state of affair with wildlife, with our land, with our forest. And definitely the 68 people those who are here right now, or 56 people. I will just make a point, and it has been always said that if you throw a stone or if you pinpoint someone, I mean, with all due respect, excuse and humble submission from me, I call, and from different platforms, I've been considered as most unorthodox type of a speaker. I don't know what today Dr. Shankar Singh Saab has said is exactly the scenario in this country where everything is gone hayway. Now, yes. but there is a point. See, when you don't point out the common man, you never point out common man, which is a real problem of this country, I tell you. And I'll explain. Just for a while, Dr. Skant sir, give me 2 minutes, because you may ask me another lecture from on this platform. I will give definitely, but I'll see when you go to see a wildlife, for that matter, any wildlife anywhere, it is a common man who is going. Okay, now this common man has got a education or awareness that if I ask you, and I'm putting it other way around, if I ask you that I will come to your house, somebody is putting a voice. If I ask you to come to see you in night with your sleeping with your family, you have to keep your window open. I will not disturb you. I will just through that window will see you, will adore you, admire you, and will go away. Will
Yeah,
you
love,
like
love.
to permit me? No, nobody will. There'll be a question of privacy. Okay. But then why this common man is going in billions and thousands to see, adore, and admire a wildlife? And very rightly said by Dr. Umashankar Singh that they are performing some of their life processes while they are in forest, whether they are feeding, eating, sleeping, even reproducing, something or the other is going on. I have got a huge data collected by me over the last 20 years, how these things happen with different species, especially with mammals, when you disturb them just for admiration. Now, do we have to think about that 1.36 billion people, those who have got in this country, if even 1% people started to do this exercise admiration work in going to Ranthambore Tiger Reserve, or for that matter, Palamu Tiger Reserve, or anywhere, what will be the consequences? One part. Second, I'll put it. See, we are feeding blue rock pigeon across the country. Everybody knows about it. Blue rock pigeon is a wildlife. It is not pet animal. It does not fall in the category. But we are feeding it everywhere in the entire country. Right in the front of Parliament, I've taken videos that people, those who are higher ups, are coming up with their crane and they feed. जाकिर हुसैन साहब की एक समाधि के बगल से वहाँ पार्क स्ट्रीट पर मैंने वीडियो बनाया. अभी I was caught and could be released only because I was a senior government official. हमारी पूरी कंट्री में कबूतरों को दाना खिलाया जाता है, वो दाना जो हमारे लिए पैदा किया जाता है किसानों द्वारा. Do anybody object for it? It is a gross loss of energy which we are giving it to these pigeons. For that matter, for various animals, even dog are fed. They become diabetic when they are fed with the bread. Third part, sir. Third part. And these questions should propel all across these 56 people, at least, or 50, whatever number is there. Third part. We are sitting here utilizing a very good resource called internet and electricity. Okay. Sir, I'll give an example and I'm putting it to think for all. While I was finalizing a EIA report on open cast mining in Barmer district, I asked my daughter, who was at that time in 10th standard, I said to my daughter, Chotu, please tell me, shall I give a clearance to this or not? She immediately came up at 10th standard. Right now she is in US in software engineer, but that time when I did this, said, Papa, better would be that we come out of the house. And we will answer. I'll answer that, but we have to come out of the house. I said, what is that gimmick which she is playing with me? I said, okay, we'll come out of it. She said that if you don't use electricity, you have a right to say that this open cast mining should not go on. But when you are using AC, and that too, 2 ACs in a bigger hall, and sitting and writing your report, and you say that, shall I give this permission for open cast mining in Barmer or not? See, these are paradox, controversial issues. So many things are there. We never talk about it. Nobody talks about where to start with population control, where to talk about common man's activity. Common man, sir, मैं private वैसे तो मैं नहीं समझता मुझे अब कोई परेशानी में डाल सकता है. But the most corrupt man of this country is common man, not I and you. We have gone through education, we have gone through so much of things, but this common man is pressurizing each one of us to do certain things which are beyond anybody's control. Maybe bureaucrats, politicians, or for that matter, across the spectrum, anybody who is sitting to take decisions. The common man is making things to go. And we have seen in some cases, I don't want to name that, don't want to become victim of everybody said somebody should come and bash my car on road because that happens in this country. But if we people, I have written some 18 books, every book has clearly said what is to be done, because fortunate part I have done from Himalaya, from Trans Himalaya to Andaman Nicobar. I have worked and did survey for 33 years. In fact, 38 years of my experience in wildlife and wetland conservation and so on and so forth, many things. But there are issues. Please, sir, we orient our work and initiate a discussion to force the conditions of the mindset of this country so that we are able to restrain our activity and can revitalize the entire biodiversity environment of our country. With this, thank you, sir. I'm sorry I have put my because I was very much influenced by the thought and the discussion and the information which Dr. Umashankar Singh has given. But there are other issues parallel going on. Thank you, sir.
Very much.
मैडम हेलो
डॉक्टर साहब बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो आपको। जी मिश्रा जी, एक मिनट।
Sir, I am also from Haryana, and I want to add some addition in Chanchal, Dr. Chanchal. Sir, आपने कहा कॉमन मैन हमारे एंसेस्टर भी होते थे। कॉमन मैन वो भी होते थे जो बाग लगाते थे। कॉमन मैन वो भी थे हमारे गांव में वो बोलते थे बणी हम फॉरेस्ट लैंड होती थी जिनमें ग्राम सभा की लैंड होती थी और लोग बाग बहुत काम करते। ऑल कॉमन मैन को जो आप बोल रहे हो, कॉमन मैन वो भी होते थे जिन्होंने बहुत फॉरेस्ट का, प्लांटेशन का बहुत कंजर्व किया है, बहुत कोशिश की है, बहुत वैरायटी। इवन तालाब पे होते, चाहे हमारे रिलीजियस प्लेस थे, वहां भी प्लांटेशन होता था। आज आप रेलवे ट्रैक देख लीजिए, रोड ट्रैक देख लीजिए, सारी ग्रीन बेल्ट पे एनक्रोचमेंट हो रही है। फॉरेस्ट विभाग की तरफ से ये बिल्कुल प्लांटेशन के नाम पे मैं ये कहता हूँ कि जीरो है। बहुत जगह पे ऐसा है कि भी फॉरेस्ट बिल्कुल प्लांटेशन नहीं होता, कागजों में होता होगा, लेकिन मैं आपको दिखा देता हूँ रोड साइड टोटल बैरन पड़े हैं। क्यों? हर साल प्लांटेशन का एक टारगेट है, वन महोत्सव मनाते हैं, लेकिन उसमें क्या होता है, एक साल प्लांट्स लगाए, नेक्स्ट ईयर वो मर गए, नेक्स्ट ईयर फिर लगा रही है। तो आई एम सॉरी, मैं किसी को क्रिटिसाइज नहीं कर रहा हूँ, बट एक कॉमन मैन ऑल कॉमन मैन आर नॉट इक्वल। कॉमन मैन में तो हमारे एंसेस्टर ने तो बहुत प्लांटेशन किया है जिनका आज तक के प्लांट्स को गवर्नमेंट की पॉलिसी। दूसरा, जो फर्टाइल लैंड है हमारी, बिल्कुल फर्टाइल लैंड है, उसको गवर्नमेंट एक्वायर करती है। पीपल को मनी माइंडेड बनाया गया है। हमारे जो एंसेस्ट्रल जो हमारी चीजें थी, जो हमारे दादा परदादाओं ने दिया था, उसको ये बिल्कुल सच्चाई है कि गवर्नमेंट ने इस तरफ ध्यान न दे के फर्टाइल। और पब्लिक क्या हो रही है आजकल, पॉलिटिशियन के पास जाएगा एक फार्मर या कोई भी कि जी मेरी खेतों के साथ से ना सड़क निकलवा दो। दिस इज द एक माइंडसेट ऑफ पब्लिक। तो ये मतलब थोड़ा सा ये इस बारे में हल्का सा एक वो है। तो हमारा भी एक ये है कि भी सरकार ने कुछ इस तरह की पॉलिसी, पब्लिक गवर्नमेंट पब्लिक का जो एक होता है इंटरेक्शन, यूनिवर्सिटीज का, कॉलेजेस का, स्कूल्स का, वो एक लेके अगर चले तो स्कूल लेवल से ही जब चीजें बच्चे के माइंड में आएगी दिस इज द प्लांट और ये हमारे लिए इतना इकोनॉमिकल इतना इंपॉर्टेंट है, तो देन वो बच्चा रियलाइज करेगा। हमारे एंसेस्टर भी बच्चों को बैठ के कहानियां सुनाते थे, पेड़ पौधों के बारे में भी ज्ञान देते थे, पक्षियों का भी ज्ञान देते थे। तो ये कॉमन मैन के ऊपर ही सारा अटैक हो जाए, दिस इज नॉट, मतलब ये फेयर नहीं होगा सर। थैंक यू
सर। थैंक यू।
आपने सर मेरी बात का खुद ही जवाब दे दिया कि आदमी जाता है और अपनी बात को मनवाना चाहता है रोड पर। ये सारा कॉमन मैन ही है जो जाके फोर्स कर रहा है कंडीशंस को। अगर
लेकिन
हम और आप
सर उनके पास खाने, उनके पास गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से रिसोर्सेज।
माधव सर, आई वुड लाइक टू मेक अ स्मॉल रिक्वेस्ट कि अगर किसी को कोई और प्रश्न पूछना हो तो वेलकम, अदरवाइज नेक्स्ट स्पीकर बड़ी मेहरबानी होगी।
जी सर, जी सर। Now, if there are any questions, you can go ahead. Otherwise, I shall present vote of thanks.
Thank you, madam. Please proceed.
Pranam, sir.
Namaskar, Ajay bhai. Welcome. Thank you. I never knew that you were here. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
अजय श्रीवास्तव, रांची से।
अरे सर, आप मेरे छोटे भाई हैं। लो।
आज के यंग जनरेशन जो है, मतलब कागजों पर तो बहुत बड़ी बड़ी बात करते हैं, जैसे ग्रेटा थुनबर्ग वगैरह, ऐसा होना चाहिए वैसा होना चाहिए, लेकिन मैं दोष यंग जनरेशन को बहुत देता हूँ। हर बच्चे को इंडिपेंडेंट एसी रूम चाहिए, हर बच्चे को बड़ी गाड़ी चाहिए, चौड़ी सड़कें चाहिए, और ट्रेन से भी चलना आउटडेटेड महसूस करते हैं, एयर से ही घूमेंगे, तो मतलब क्या वो बच्चों को हम ही लोग सिखा रहे हैं या बच्चों को मतलब जो हम लोग कहते हैं कि मार्केट हम लोग डेवलप कर दे रहे हैं जिसकी वजह से अधिक बिजली खर्च हो, अधिक रिसोर्सेज का यूज हो, मतलब बच्चों को हम लोग ना कहना अगर सिखाना शुरू कर दे घर पर, घर के लेवल पर ना सुनने की आदत अगर हम लोग डाल दें, तो शायद हम लोग देश के लिए, समाज के लिए और पूरे ग्लोबल एनवायरनमेंट के लिए हम लोग बहुत बड़ी सेवा कर देंगे।
थैंक यू,
धन्यवाद। दैट वाज माय टेक सर।
थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
सुजाता मैडम प्लीज कंक्लूड।
जी सर, जी सर, मैं बिल्कुल अजय सर से सहमत हूँ इस बारे में कि घर से ही शुरुआत होनी चाहिए और हमने ही ना कहना सिखाना चाहिए, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं हम रिस्पॉन्सिबल हैं ये सब चीजें जो आजकल देखी जा रही है। तो आज सर, शंकर सर, हम आपसे वादा करते हैं कि हम आज से ही ये बात इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे कि जहां पे नहीं कहना है वहां पे नहीं कहकर बच्चों को सिखाया जाए, ताकि आगे चल के उन्हें कोई दिक्कत ना आए। इस तरह से कि जो हम लोग वाइल्ड लाइफ डिस्ट्रक्शन देख रहे हैं और जिसके कारण इतनी सारी प्रॉब्लम्स जो झेली जा रही हैं, तो उसको कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा बहुत तो हम लोग कायदे में ला सकें और उसको रोक सकें। So now with your kind permission, I take this opportunity to present vote of thanks to Dr. Uma Shankar sir. Let me first thank you sir for taking out such a wonderful session and then making us aware regarding the wildlife destructions and how to overcome it. Like, overcoming is not an issue which can be taken within a short span of time. It will take surely some time. But for this, we require your support and your ideas in the way like which we can carry out in college or at school level, which will help in developing the child and then focusing onto the areas which are concerned for the development of humanity. So I promise to you that in my capacity, whatever is possible at this level, we shall do. I also take this opportunity to thank Dr. Skan sir for giving me an opportunity to be a co-chairperson for this session and listen to such an eminent speaker. Also, my thanks are to Sanjeev Kumar sir, whose interaction has really given me an way of putting things into a proper channel by making myself very much clear about the ideas and which will be taken forward in due course of the time. And also all the members who have given their valuable time and had been a part of this session. Thank you for one and all. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So kind of you, ma'am. I'm honored to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर युवक सिंह साहब, आपने अपने पूरे अपने सर्विस अनुभव की जो बातें हैं यहाँ पर शेयर की हैं। निश्चित रूप से हर जगह कई उदाहरण आपने दिए इंडिया के विभिन्न स्टेट्स के बारे में, और ये एक्सपीरियंस, आपके जो फील्ड एक्सपीरियंस है, ये हमारे ऑडियंस को मिले हैं। और निश्चित रूप से ये जो जमीन पे काम कर रहे हैं और जो हुए हैं उस पर ये बात हुई है। निश्चित रूप से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद ये शेयर करने के लिए। और मैं डॉक्टर संजीव कुमार सर जो चेयरपर्सन और सुजाता मैडम को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं कि उन्होंने इस वेबिनार में चेयरपर्सन और को चेयरपर्सन के लिए हमें समय दिया और साथ ही अपने जो विचारों को साझा किया। आप सभी को सर धन्यवाद एक बार पुनः, हमारे महाविद्यालय की ओर से और हमारी ओर से धन्यवाद सर। नेक्स्ट सेशन मैंने पहले बताया है कि थोड़ा सा परिवर्तन हुआ है प्रोग्राम में। जो सेकंड स्पीकर डॉक्टर नाम विराजन, जो कि आर्कियोलॉजिकल म्यूजियम इन इंडिया पर चर्चा करने वाले थे, क्योंकि कल्चरल सेक्रेटरी की दिल्ली में मीटिंग है तो उसमें वो अभी व्यस्त हैं, तो उनने हमसे कहा कि मैं थर्ड सेशन में अपनी टॉक दूंगा। तो सेकंड सेशन के लिए अब ये टॉक है तो थर्ड वाले सेकंड में आ रहे हैं। इसमें मैं डॉक्टर चेयरपर्सन संजय कुमार पाठक, फील्ड डायरेक्टर दुधवा नेशनल पार्क चेयरपर्सन, को चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर एस ममता Assistant Professor and Head Department of Environmental Studies, DePaul College, Mysore, and eminent speaker Dr. B.A. Daniel, Secretary Zoo Outreach Organization, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. हिस्ट्री ऑफ इंडियन जूस पर चर्चा करेंगे। पाठक सर क्या आ चुके हैं? डॉक्टर संजय कुमार पाठक सर शायद थोड़ी देर से वो अटेंड करेंगे। मैं डॉक्टर एस ममता से निवेदन से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वो हमारे इमिनेंट स्पीकर डॉक्टर B.A. डैनियल साहब का को इंट्रोड्यूस करें। डॉक्टर ममता।
Namaste, sir. Namaste, sir.
Please, continue.
A very good afternoon from all the way from Mysore, heritage city from Karnataka. It's really a privilege to introduce this session's eminent speaker, Dr. B.A. Daniel. Sir, Dr. B.A. Daniel, sir, is currently Secretary, Zoo Outreach Organization Trust, Coimbatore. Sir, Senior Scientist, Entomologist, Zoo Outreach Organization India के पद संभाले हैं ऑलरेडी और को चेयरपर्सन के रूप पर IUCN SSC साउथ एशियन इन्वर्टिब्रेट स्पेशलिस्ट ग्रुप और एजुकेशन कोऑर्डिनेटर zen जूस एजुकेटर नेटवर्क एसोसिएट एडिटर जर्नल ऑफ थ्रेटन टेक्सा। करेंटली सर IUCN से अफिलिएटेड भी है। स्पीशीज सर्वाइवल कमीशन SSC मेंबर, कंजर्वेशन ब्रीडिंग स्पेशलिस्ट ग्रुप CBSG मेंबर, invertebrate conservation sub committee member, crocodile specialist group CSC education, commission on education and communication member CAC. Sir holds PhD degree from University of Kerala, Thiruvananthapuram, and his specialization is branch entomology. Sir has served as editor and technical advisor for the various organizations with different levels. He has been editor for the newsletter of the Invertebrate Conservation and Information Network of South Asia, technical advisor, Small Mammal Mail, associate editor, Zoos Print Magazine, scientific advisor and patron member of Wildlife Association of Rajapalyam, editor advisor board, Journal of Current Science, editorial board, ornithology, advisor, Ratty-Tattle, newsletter of Rodent Network of South Asia, secretary trustee, Zoo Outreach Organization Trust, Coimbatore, and founder member and treasurer, secretary for the promotion of history of zoos and natural history of South Asia, associate editor, Journal of Threatened Taxa, board member, exams, Department of Zoology, Bharatiyar University, associate editor, Journal of Tropical Entomology, Zoos Climate Change Network coordinator, technical advisor for Life Trust India, advisor with the Pearl Foundation of Education Excellence, member, Swift Tamil Nadu Forest Department, founder member of TISTA West Bengal, scientific advisor for Jeev Trust Mysuru. His ongoing projects are distribution survey of spiders, that is USFWS project Kaliru Zoo with Zoo, WWF and Tamil Nadu Forest Department, Human Elephant Mitigation Project, Northwest Bengal, Asian Elephant Support Project in Northwest Bengal. He has received a few awards like CV Star Fellow of Environmental Education Program, Wildlife Conservation Society, New York in 2004. Sir has received ICD Conference Award in 2008, 2010, and 2012. Sir has published around 6 books and he has written 4 chapters for different journals and he has written more than 94 articles. And he has written 5 directories. Sir has visited very good number of zoos across the globe. In that, a few important ones are Zoological Society of London, Chester Zoo in UK, Bronx Zoo in New York, Central Park in New York, and then Pretoria Zoo in South Africa, Singapore Zoo, and Zoo in Malaysia, Ocean Park in Hong Kong, Lahore Zoo in Pakistan, Central Zoo in Nepal, Karachi Zoo in Karachi, Lahore Wildlife Park, Lahore, Pakistan, Dhaka National Zoo in Bangladesh, Chittagong Municipal Zoo in Bangladesh, Dilwal Elephant Orphanage in Sri Lanka, and in Sumatra, Java, that is in Indonesia, a couple of zoos. Then Pengang Butterfly Garden in Malaysia, Royal Technic Preserve in Bhutan, Dubai Zoo, many zoos across India. So Sir is married and he is from the place called Rajapalyam, Tamil Nadu. It is very privileged to introduce my mentor with whom I have shared a lot of platforms while getting along with workshop across South Asian countries. And today, Sir will be delivering his talk on history of Indian zoos. So, my hearty welcome on behalf of the conference convener, and we welcome you on the stage, sir. Please, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Madhav, for that very elaborate introduction. I would like to just thank, before I go into the details, I would like just to thank the convener of this program, Dr. Skand K. Mishra. Sorry. Yes, I'd like to just thank the convener of the meeting, the chairperson, the Dr. S. Mamta, Assistant Professor, Head of the Department, and all the participants of this workshop, guests, friends. The time is almost 12:51, so I'll try and finish my presentation in a very briefly, though this is a history of Indian zoos. That's going to take a long time. I'll try and finish it within the given time. So, I'd like just, this is Sally Walker, the founder of Zoo Outreach Organization. The Zoo Outreach Organization is based at Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. Sally Walker, she's basically from US. She spent her entire life for the conservation, for the zoos, for Indian zoos and South Asian zoos. There's a small story behind this. Can you just hope you can just see my screen? Hope you can able to just see.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, great, wonderful. So Sally Walker came to India in 70s to learn Sanskrit and yoga. Later, she developed some interest in wildlife because she happened to visit the Mysore Zoo, and then at that time, the director of the zoo, took her around the Mysore Zoo in 70s. And then at one point of time, he gave a newly born tiger cub to her in her hand. She held it and just looked around the zoo. But those days, Mysore Zoo is the best zoos now in India. But those days, I'm talking about 70s, compared to the European and American zoos, it was not that good comparatively. So she decided to spend her life in India. And that's how she, stayed in India. She was in the native part of India until she passed away 2 years ago. She was in India, spending her entire life for the improvement of zoos, not just for India and for also for the rest of the countries as well. So just to give a small introduction about the subject, that's the history of zoos in India. Indian civilization spans thousands of years with a wealth of historic documentation on the close relationship enjoyed by people dating to prehistoric times when the rishis kept tame animals such as deer and doves in their ashrams. So there is such a luxury of fascinating material throughout Indian culture and history that talking about Indian zoo history is like being a kid with a penny in the candy store. So we have plenty of things to just talk about. Before the
slide is not moving.
Sorry.
Your slide is not moving.
Yeah, I'm not, and it's yet to go to the next slide. I'm just giving an introduction. Before the 19th century and other ancient kept wild animals were kept for work, war, and for their own pleasure, both for culinary and also comic. So there are polls for animals dates for the 5th century BC, when religious communities set up shelters for all animals, including wild animals and even insects. From very early times into the 20th century, wild animals were kept for war. Right? Princely menageries maintained at great cost for pleasure of Maharajas, Nawabs, Rajas, Zamindars, predated public menageries and zoos. And they were also kept sometimes even for intellectual pleasure and scientific studies as well. So kings and princes often allowed the public in their menageries, gardens, and parks, and also staged animal fights for guests. Animal trade is also another activity that has occurred since ancient times. So this is with this small introduction, I just want to the history of Indian zoo. So this figure shows the evolution of this. The second thing is law. The third one is discussing zoos around the world and also India have changed over centuries. So we talk about actually during between 1700, the animals were kept in cages. Now in the century, they are like, like they call it as a garage, right? But in the future, we want to see emergent others will be just free in the enclosure. We will be in a certain place to just eat the animal. So this is where we are just moving towards. So this is what I'm going to just show you also. Before we go into the topic, we need to just understand certain terminologies. One is menagerie. Menagerie is nothing but a wild animals kept in captivity for exhibition, right? Menagerie displays simple public enclosure, the ignored or conveyance of the just in the picture, you can see some cages. There's nothing inside. Cage in a small enclosure. The zoological park, which that we have now, is more scientific in its approach to the display of animals, and then psychological comfort among other aspects also. The one that you just see at the bottom of the elephant. This is a photograph taken at Vizag Zoo, which you can just see how nicely it is just placed. The animal will just feel as if it's natural habitat, right? So that's the difference between a menagerie and the zoological park, or you can just say the conservation institutions that we wish to have in the future also. So Indian zoo history can be divided into 5 distinct eras. Okay, so it can be divided into 5 distinct eras. First was the Vedic period, when rishis kept animals such as birds and deer in their ashrams. So that's the time when 3000 years BC. The second one is Gupta period, when the Gupta kings governed India, maintaining game parks and promulgating laws related to animals, both domesticated as well as the wild. The third one is Mughal Empire, that's 16th century, okay, where the Muslim rulers dominated India, maintaining fabulous shikar khanas, the hunting departments, right? And modern principles of animal husbandry and veterinary medicine were also, practiced that, because they had so many animals in captivity. So these are the things. The fourth era can be the European colonial period, beginning from 1950s, 1500, when those who were interested in utilitarian and scientific aspects of animal colonized India. So they just made a small twist in the interest of the animals. The last one is the 15th century Indian zoos. The last 70 years, you can just say, sort of really the 70 years modern zoo concept that we are just trying to just move on. When we talk about the Vedic period, there is no much information available with us with regard to animal association with the people, but they are available in certain hymns, right? So ruins left during the Indus Valley civilization can clearly show that, people had very close affinity with the animals. And then that you can just make out from the carved expressions and archaeological relics of that period, especially about elephants, tigers, rhinos, buffaloes, and wild boars, and so many other animals also. There are also evidences to show that the rishis kept a variety of, gentle animals in their ashrams, particularly deer and dove also, right? So one good example that we can just say that, Gautama Buddha, gave his first discourse in a deer bark. That shows that, those days they were just maintaining some kind of deer bark or any kind of animal enclosure. So it's important that we can also get indirectly some information that, people, now the world got its chicken from the red jungle fall. That means people domesticated animals. So that's why we could be able to just get all such things. It was practiced from Vedic period itself. So second thing is just Gupta period. So that's starting from 460 to 320 BC. We have lot of information from Megasthenes. He described the ceremony of courts festival during Gupta period. So the king used to keep a large collection of animals in his court, like elephant, horses, rhinos, and so many. So just animals were a prestigious form of gift also. People offered, they also just exchanged animals. So animals, fights were also arranged in which butting machines between rams or between wild bulls or between rhinoceros or even elephants were organized. So Rajas, especially during those periods, Maharajas, they kept plenty of animals in captivity. Just imagine the amount of resources and the space and trained manpower that's required to just maintain all this. That's amazing, yeah. So at one point in time, so Akbar decided not to do any kind of war, and just stopped war also on sports too. And then instead he introduced some orders against hunting of animals, sports, and he started protecting wild animals. And Ashoka also set up hospitals for animals, and they are called Pinjara poles, right? And passed conservation laws also. Pinjara poles are another type of captive wild animal facility, welfare home or hospital for animals. And we still use the word Pinjara poles. And then we also use another word called Goshala, right? But actually Pinjara pole is a place where all kinds of animals are kept, including wild animal as well as domestic animal. That's the thing. You can just see from some of the descriptions given in the books also, that you can just see at the base. Whereas Goshala is a place for cows. That also existed. But nowadays, people are, interchangeably use the word Goshala and Pinjara pole. And in most other places, in Pinjara poles that we have only cows in that place. So the third one is this Mughal Empire. So Akbar and Jahangir maintained thousands of animals. And we can just say they are the first managers and naturalists in India. Just imagine, people like, these Mughal empires keeping huge number of, wild animals. That this kind of evidence that we can just get from certain books, we can just call it as scientific books, deals with, they also dealt with medical treatments, training, nurture of elephants, and all other kinds of wild animals. They caught it, just trained it, and then just kept it with them also, right? And there is another book called Aini Akbari that's available in 3 volumes that tells about how the animals were just maintained and how veterinary care were taken about. So during Akbar's period, which was a golden age, we call it as Mughal Empire, hunting was a privilege of kings for whom forests and vast forest range was just kept for them. So the animals kept for hunts formed a diverse menagerie too. So they went for hunting. At the same time, when they went, they also just took some animals with them, like cheetahs, space, resources, trained keepers, and so on things. Okay, so there are reports that says that 1,000 cheetahs at one point of time at Shikar Khan, right? 1,000 cheetahs. Imagine if you just go to the Mysore Zoo now, you can just see one cheetah. That's not an Indian cheetah. You can just see one cheetah. How many times that we have to just take to just maintain it? It's a huge task. There is also another report that says that by one of the Mughal Chronicle claims that Akbar, during his period, he just kept 9,000 cheetahs, right, during the entire season. So that means there were 200 keepers, right, and trainers in charge of all those things, right? So that's amount of love and affection, or what to say, that the kind of so kind of naturalist, right? So he built big aviary and menagerie. He also he was interested in dissecting and just doing some kind of recording and data, like noting all the weight and height and all those things, right? He also received a lot of gifts from people from around the world, right? So he also gave a lot of gifts to people, right? The zebra from Africa, the lorikeet, parakeet from Malaysia, so many other animals were also kept by the Jahangir. So the fourth era, we can just say the European colonial period, starting from 1500. The early captive collections and the collections before European period, wild parks in India were for pleasure, aesthetic and humanitarian, as well as for the power and for the hunt, but certainly not for the profit. They didn't do anything for the profit, but Europeans introduced utilitarian and mechanistic values, which led to the exploitation of the natural resource for export and commerce. So that's how it just slowly the phase that changed. So during 19th century, Indian zoos, that is the last, so you can just say 70 years. Globally speaking, the first zoo was the London Zoo, can be just called as the first zoo. But another author called Fisher, he says the Bombay Zoo can be the first zoo in India. That's what he just did telling. So the definition of zoo is not so simple. When we just see all the historical records of the animals kept during ancient time and the present situation, the definition of zoo is not so simple. That zoos have been around in India a great deal longer than most people think, right? But people just say London Zoo is the first zoo. That was started in 1984, 24th April 1984. This kind of view clearly shows that the information about Indian ancient zoos were not available to the Western zoo community, who is just calling London Zoo is the first zoo, and other parts of the East also. So it has not reached them, or I don't know what to just say. So the history of the Indian zoo after the 19th century can be divided into three phases. The first phase is where we had menageries, or the animals in captivity by Maharajas, British societies, colonial states, municipal governments during those periods. The second phase can be called as the post-independent stage of the Indian zoos. And this can be just divided into two types, into different types. Those of the Indian central or state government, those of the forest departments, those that benefit neither the central nor the state government. The third phase could be the post-Zoo Act Amendment stage, in which zoos will not be allowed to start without the permission of the national government. A process that will involve careful review of prospects and master plan of the zoo. So this is done by the Central Zoo Authority that comes Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change. So they are really, really doing wonderful thing. Now let's see some of the zoos that we had after the 19th century. So they'll get an idea about the menagerie and then the modern zoo as that we are just looking for. So in Calcutta itself, 4 kinds of menageries were kept. Okay, so one is Barakpur Menagerie, second one is Marble Zoo, the third one is the private park of Wazir Ali Khan, the last one is the Alipur Zoo. 2 of the zoos are still existing, Marble and Alipur, rest of the things are closed, right? So these zoos represent initiative of both Indian and colonial and even collaborative efforts. Barakpur Zoo, which was founded in the 1801, not 1, was purely British. And park, purely Indian, right? Whereas Calcutta Zoo was a mixture of these things. People, both Indian just spent money and they also just funded projects. This is the typical picture of a menagerie. You can just see people outside, whereas all the animals are inside in a very, very small enclosure. Let's talk about the Barakpur Zoo, which was started in 1801. Behind the foundation of all zoos, there is some reason. Either they wanted to do just do some kind of education work, or they wanted to do for pleasure, they just want to keep it, or for any kind of fight, or just for the sake of keeping animals, they also kept. Whereas the Barakpur Zoo was started by Richard. This was suggested and started by Richard Wellesley, the Governor General of India at those period. He wanted to have this zoo and then make it into an institution where all the animal experts of different languages in India can come and teach the young people from the England, especially the Babus who come to administer India. So that's the main purpose of this particular Barakpur Zoo. With this intention, it started, but it was not accepted by the British East India Company. And then the Barakpur Zoo survived for 75 years. And then later, all the animals were just transferred to the Alipur Zoo. The entire collection was handed over to the new zoo. That's the Alipur Zoo. So Barakpur Zoo seems to have been, without a doubt, is a real zoo, that we can just say. So though it was just closed in 1878, but just started in the year 1801, and then we can just call it as a real zoo also. So this is Marble Palace Zoo. You can just see the picture. This is by Sally Walker. This was started by an Indian, Mullik Bahadur, and that he founded this in 1854, and then we still have it in the Mathuram Babu streets of Calcutta. So he spent a lot of money. And for all going and growing concern today. It's just a lot of people are just visiting. On an average, 20,000 people visit even today, and especially during several special occasions like Durga Puja, 1 lakh people visited. It's a small zoo with a 45-acre land, but they are considered as a large zoo because of the number of animals that is just kept in this in this zoo. Right. Let's come to the southern part, the old Madras state zoos. During those in 1851. Madras Zoo was just formed. That was formed by a person called Balfour, and then living collections just were kept. And he was just initially keeping some live animals, and later he felt that only the live animals are helping attracting the people. So he just started a menagerie in a corner of the museum itself, right? So it was very, very attractive. And then later the Madras Zoo or the People Park was formed. And the zoo was closed in 1980, right? The zoo was closed in 1970s and 80 because so now we have the zoo at Wanderloo, and then that was officially declared on the 24th July, and now it's called Aringarana Zoological Park. It's a huge park with 1,100 acres of land, and then with a good number of collections. This is one of the largest zoos that we have in South also. So when it started, it was just in a scrub jungle, and later, after lots of plantation, within a period of 15 years, it became the lush and green. Now it is just very colorful. Aquarium, the pictures that you do aquarium that is found in the zoo, whereas the description and the above is just giving about the Madras Aquarium that was first in India, opened in October 1909. I don't have a picture of it, with the objectives of providing an alternative display of living fish and furnishing materials for the scientific study of fish and other marine organisms on the Tamil Nadu coast. So we still have it also, I don't have. Now, coming to the Kerala state, that's again one of the oldest, the Trivandrum Zoo is one of the oldest zoos. The Marthanda Varma of the Maharaja of the Travancore Zoo had a lot of interest about animals. 1957 or in 59, according They formed only the museum and the huge public garden that was designed and developed by a person from the Kew Gardens, really beautiful. And then menagerie was just started. Later, a zoo was also separated. Okay, so this zoo is very, very important because they are keeping very, very valuable animals. And then at one point of time, they just kept Malabar civet, which is very rare now. It's critically endangered species. People also say that it's very, very difficult to just see that. That animal lived for 25 years, right? So in that particular zoo. So in 1912, Trivandrum Zoo kept an Indian. This is very interesting. They also not only kept big animals, they also kept small animals like like frogs. Okay, in 1912, in Trivandrum Zoo, they kept a frog called, the old name is Rana tigerina. It was caught in 1904, right? It was caught in 1904. The interesting thing is it did not eat for 9 months in captivity. 9 months it did not eat. Okay, what they did, at one point in time, they had to just forcefully feed it. So fed some fish, and then it just survived until 1912, right? So it just survived for a longer period of time. Okay, so that's a very interesting thing. So in 1937, the zoo and the garden were separated from the museum, and now we have a very good zoo. The one that you see on the left side is one entrance of the zoo, and then on the right-hand side is the entrance of the Thrissur Zoo. And then Thrissur Zoo was also started in 1885. It's one of the oldest zoos. And now the people of that region, or the local people, the Keralites, they just wanted to have a new zoo. The government is just proposing a huge area. They've identified a place also, planning to shift the zoos to a newer place also. So just coming to the Zakarbagh Zoo and the Gir Lions, the day before yesterday, we listened to a wonderful talk given by the director of the park. And then he was just telling about the entire history of the Asiatic lion. So the Zakarbagh Zoo was started in the year 1863. The Nawab of Junagadh, Babi II, founded the Zakarbagh Zoo. The origin, when they started, it had only 2 or 3 cages made of rocks, just to keep injured and infirm lions they got from the nearby Gir forest. So onto the right hand side is the one of the lion enclosures that we have now. Now coming to the Maharashtra State and the Bombay Zoo, in 1873 the Bombay Zoo, or you can just say Udayan Zoo, was founded as a botanical garden with animals. Okay, so it's the oldest zoo. It requires some renovation. A lot of things are happening there. And then they have a master plan now approved by the Central Zoo Authority. And then the Bombay Natural History Society also has a special mention here, though it's not a zoo, but they also had a small collection of animals, though they were interested in the museums. In 1912, also they had a small collection of live animals within that. We have some records of that as well. So the Jaipur Zoo was founded in the 1887 by Jaipur Maharaja. And then very interestingly, I told you that zoos were founded for various other reasons. This Maharaja created this during a time when there was a great famine happened in that region. Okay, so he wanted the people to just come and visit the zoo and then relieve from their problems and things like that. So that was created for some kind of entertainment. Okay, so but the important thing is we need to note that they also had a beautiful collection, a wonderful exhibit that's called Monkey Tree, where they just left some primates like rhesus macaques and Bengal monkeys, and also certain other exotic species where they were tied there. They could just freely climb up. It was a wonderful attraction for them. Okay, so the Udaipur Zoo. This is about Udaipur Zoo. Udaipur Zoo was created in 1878. The problem with this, to just they replenished the animals collection with the collections from the wild. Okay, they had a team of people who went into the forest, collected and kept it also. They also brought animals from around the world. So after some time, the zoo had valuable animals. After independence, however, the Udaipur Zoo animals were gradually shifted to other zoos. So now it is there, and the CSAT has just identified this as a small zoo. So it's coming to the Mysore Zoo, which is the interest of Sally Walker. Sally Walker spent a lot of time in it. She started her career only at Mysore Zoo. But, taking all other zoos or the Mysore Zoo, the first thing is the Lal Bagh Zoo. Lal Bagh just created much before the Hyder Ali's death in 1782. And then earliest mention of this animal record is available in the year 1982, where the black panther was just purchased and kept. Right, so that's the record. That they also kept. There was a small menagerie was also kept in the Lalbagh Zoo. Until 1990, Lalbagh Botanical Garden maintained good animal collections. Later in 1920, all the animals were shipped up to the Mysore Zoo, because that was the policy taken by the government. So just moved all the animals to the Mysore Zoo. So this is the present front enclosure of entry of the Chamaraja Zoological Gardens at Mysore. This was started in the year 1982. This is a wonderful zoo. This is one of the best zoos that we have in India. Though the area is just very small, it's holding wonderful animals, lots of threatened animals too, breeding programs, and so many things are also happening there. Mysore Zoo is the only zoo in India to keep pace with the times and to continue renovating its outdated enclosures. Initially, they had menageries. Now they have, within the local things, they have the natural exhibits available there. Some of them are, two-dimensional. Some of them are, thing also. So the picture that you see on the right is a photograph taken at Mysore Zoo. You can just see the natural thing. Like until independence, Mysore Zoo was with the private property with Maharaja. Later, it was handed over to the horticulture department. Now, in about 180, the Forest Department of Karnataka created a separate administrative unit for the zoo, so decisions could be taken very quickly. So now they have Zoo Authority of Karnataka also, and they are very efficient. They are just doing a lot of projects, some conservation works, and then breeding programs are also happening. So that's all about all the animals of 19th century, 20th century. I'm just going to list out some zoos only. So there are a lot of modern zoos and Indian and the national zoological parks. The one that we can just say is the Lucknow Zoo. Okay, so that's great. That's really doing very good. Hill Garden Zoo in Kankaria. That's in Ahmedabad. The Reuben David, he just started it 1951. So that's a small, medium zoo, but it's just doing good. Assam State too has a huge area that was designed in 1958. Nandankanan Biological Park, the state of Orissa, declared in the year 1960. It faced a lot of natural catastrophic problems like flood and so many things, but still the zoo is really doing very good. Sanjay Gandhi Biological Park in Patna, Bihar, requires a lot of attention there. It was started in the year 73. Chitpar Zoo, which is officially known as the Mahindra Chandra Zoological Park, that was started in the 1977. Kanpur Zoo, Allen Forest Zoo, it was also reintroduction of rhino in Dudha National Park. They brought the animals of the rhino was just reintroduced in the Dudha National Park. The story is different. Probably we may be able to hear from other people. That was the animals from the Kanpur Zoo was brought into that, right? So Nandankanan Biological Park is one of India's most interesting, attracting zoos, as well as one of the very early biological parks. I'm using the word biological parks. So Nandankanan Zoo combined very large open-mounted enclosures. It's not like the menageries, but it had huge area where the animals were left free to just stay there in the enclosures, whereas the people have to just stay in one place and listen to it. Okay, and they also conducted lots of training, education programs, and breeding endangered species, maintaining stud books, and developing innovative enclosure designs as well. So I just need to just say, when I just mentioned about the biological park, the history of zoos in India cannot be told without a special mention about the Forest Department of Andhra Pradesh. It's an outstanding biological parks they have in Vizag. A biological park is distinguished from zoological park, or a biopark, by the fact that the biological park is designed to replicate forests that once flourished on the site where the institution now sits. Right, so they just replenish it, or they just bring it back, we can just say. So similar kind of example is the Nehru Zoological Park in Hyderabad. So that was created in 1950, opened in 1959. This is a traditional biological park, and then they have certain other things also. So Indira Gandhi, that Vizag Zoo was started in the year 1970. Dramatically just replaced plenty of very close to the coastal Indian Ocean. They are very beautiful to just see that. So these are the enclosures, present enclosures that you can just see in Hyderabad Zoo, you can just see the difference, how early days the enclosures were, how is the present enclosures. You can just see this. This is not a photograph taken from the wild. It's a photograph taken in a zoo, where the animals are looking as if they are in the actual habitats. The one on the right hand side is a photograph taken from the Vizag. You can just see the sea also. Very interestingly, the Venkateshwara Zoo in Tripuri is having a huge area of 3,000 acres. The animal consorts of the Hindu gods are displayed beside enormous enclosures surrounded by the lovely hills of Tripadi. That's a very interesting, way of displaying it, where nowhere such kind of displays are there. But I have seen some similar one or two displays in Mexico, Puebla Zoo, African Safari Zoo in Mexico. Now, the Indian Board for Wildlife was just founded in the 1952. Say 5 years immediately, within a short span of time, after the independence in 1947. So within a period of 5 years, that's a very record time, we can just say. At the same time, the Indian Wildlife Protection was just, was introduced in the 1972. So Indian Wildlife Board was supportive of zoos, right? But also very, very particular that that they maintain good standards. All the zoos should maintain the good standards. That's a very good thought. Zoos should have a should have standards. So that is what. So from 1950, interest in wildlife soared. The opening of animal facilities mushroomed. So after independence, 2-3 years after independence, a lot of people just showed a lot of interest towards wildlife, and they started zoos. Plenty of zoos. Anybody can just start a zoo, right? In 1955, after the formation of the Indian Wildlife Board, and then the first All India Zoo Superintendent Conservation Conference was just conducted at Chennai, and then they formed a special wing to just inspect the zoos. The zoo wing was concerned about welfare, the size of the amenities of the accommodation, and the provision of company, preventing inbreeding, education promoted with labels and publications, adequate representation of the indigenous animals that are found in India. They don't want to have animals from other countries, but just wanted to educate people about the local animals, research, nutrition, and inventory and whatnot. So that's all the different things that the Indian Wildlife Board, especially the special zoo wing, wanted to have with regard to the zoos. That's a wonderful sign. They want to just moving from one stage to the other. Passage of the Indian Wildlife Act 1972, in addition to all this, made provisions for the zoos and museums, allowing capture of animals from zoos, allowing capture of animals for zoos, right? So they also allowed this to a certain extent. Now it is not allowed. Between 72 and 99, the Indian Wildlife Board or the zoo wing, recorded 250 zoos existing in India. In 1975, there was a great concern about the quality of zoos in India. Instead of improving, seeming, and it was just deteriorating. So the wing, especially the zoo wing, suggested to form a special committee or recommended to form a coordinating body to monitor and the unity of the zoos. So, in 1988, the Central Zoo Authority was just formed. Central Zoo Authority was formed under the Ministry of Environment and Forest in 1980. Amount of responsibilities. So in the course of time, people also learned that there are so many other zoos. They listed about some 300 zoos. Sorry, I'm just skipping for want of time. And then 300 zoos. And the Central Zoo really, really wanted to have. They went to inspected each and every zoo, and then they want to know whether the zoos are keeping standards. So like that. So they wanted to just bring in some kind of standards with the zoos. And the Central Zoo Authority they decided to just close down some of the zoos that are not keeping up with the standards that was suggested by the Central Zoo Authority, right? These are some of the main functions of the Central Zoo Authority. So they standards required for the zoos, assess the functioning of the zoos, recognize or de-recognize zoo. They also decide whether we have to just have the zoo or not. Identify endangered species of wild animal, promote captive breeding, coordinate the acquisition, exchange within zoos, maintain stud books and endangered species, identify priorities and themes, coordinate training, coordinate research and captive breeding, provide technical and assistance to the zoos, and so many other activities. They conduct a lot of programs. So Central Zoo Authority classified all the zoos like this: large, medium, small, and mini. Based on these categories, like number of animals exhibited, number of species exhibited, that's very important, number of endangered species that they maintain, number of animals of endangered species exhibited. Okay, so these are the categories. So starting from the year 1970, you can just say the Central Zoo Authority was finalized in 88. So starting from the year 1990, these are some of the data that shows these are the zoos that we had in India. In 1995, the Central Zoo Authority found that there are 337. Later, they also, give warning for the zoos who are not keeping with the standards, and they decided to just close it also. They didn't just shut down the animal just like that, but they gave good amount of time for them to just improve. They also provided money to just, come up with move from menageries to just, animal welfare, to keep up animal welfare standards. But, those zoos which just failed to do such things were just, given the notice to just close it, and it was closed. So at this point of time, all the zoos are under all these various agents. Some of the zoos are private, municipal corporation. Some of the zoos are with trust. Most of the zoos are with the forest department. The state government is also running it. Public sector is also, apart from that, certain other organizations is also there. So this is how we just moved from a menagerie to a naturalistic enclosure. The one that you just see is a typical menagerie where the animal just kept in an enclosure. The one on the right-hand side is where the animals are allowed to just walk very freely and exhibit its own behavior. That's very, very important because welfare of the animal is just very important. This is one picture I already showed you, a picture that we just you can just see and just appreciate how the animals are kept in zoos in its natural habitat, right? So they just replicating its natural habitat, and the animal can be very comfortable. This is sloth bear enclosure at Tirupati Zoo. Tirupati, you can just see it's almost like a wild, wild animal, right? The enclosure is so nice, made it in wonderfully well. The Central Zoo Authority also conducted a lot of training programs. So see, these are some of the trainings conducted by them. All India Zoo Directors meeting were convened in the year 21. Central Zoo Authority coordinated it. Sally Walker was also there. And then they also, at emergency situation, in order to control any kind of captive animal disease, diseases that happen for captive animals, they conducted this kind of ad hoc programs. You can just see S.C. Sharma on the right-hand side, who was the first member secretary of the Central Zoo Authority, talking with the minister of that time, right? So Central Zoo Authority has given large grants to zoos whose administrative authority would match the amount, and then they can just take up a lot of programs. The CSATA also conducted a lot of training programs, seminars, publications, conferences, both of its own and also in collaboration with different agencies, both internal as well as people from outside also. So one of the more ambitious collaborative projects for CSATA has funded funding is in the area of biotechnology, DNA fingerprinting, artificial insemination, forensic science, with the help of the Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, Hyderabad. So you can just clearly see in the course how we moved from menagerie to zoological park. Now we are ready to just move from zoological park to the conservation center, where we are just moving towards the 21st century. The picture also shows how we just moved it at a place. So this is the 19th century, to just show you again, 19th century menageries. And this is the 20th century living museums, where they were just kept in a two-dimensional way, though, but it will have a limited space. And this is the 21st century conservation center that we're really looking for. If you ask whether all the zoos in India are having it, no, we don't have. But this is what we are trying to just, achieve it. So this, we call it as an immersion exhibit, where the animals are free and people just sit at a far up place and just see it also. So, scientists, the people just say that when we just move, many things can be just done, right? Many things in a sense. We can do captive breeding programs, we can exchange programs, we can have all kind of, molecular biology, molecular studies, and we can also have breeding programs and things like that. But it's a very important that, important task at this point of time that is left with the Indian people is that within among us is that education. Education is a very, very important component. We need to educate the people first. The visitor, when they go out, they should not come just for the entertainment, but they go out, they should go with the knowledge. And they should just go with the knowledge of the animal exhibited there. They should just go out with the knowledge that these zoos are not just exhibits. They are a kind of research centers, right? We can always say that very important for the future of us human beings. When they are also kind of reserved.
Michael.
Sorry. Okay, so we at Zoological organization developed plenty of education programs. These are certainly, we also encouraged of education programs. In the locations, we created network, all India level, right? And then also we brought in people like Zadazai, senior scientist. You can just see in this picture, he's a senior scientist who worked on small mammals, bats, right? So we also encouraged them because they had plenty of knowledge about species, especially the Zadazai scientists. But as we know, the scientists are little shy, they don't go out, but nowadays it's not like that. They go out and do some education programs. So we facilitated such things. So we also, introduced certain games. I just did the program some time ago in 2005, right? So this is just to make people understand what is the carrying capacity of a place. So that we just played to a game like this. So we just, just gave a T-shirt, made people to just, enter inside, maximum people. So that we just come and try to explain them. A particular area will hold certain amount of species above which it cannot. Okay, so that kind of problems that we can just introduce to them. So when we talk about the products, any zoo can be a modern zoo in terms of the products it produces, right? The product is nothing but the outcome of result of the zoo's existence. So for anything, there should be some product. So a zoo product, the visitor himself is a zoo product. So his mental attitude after the zoo visit will be the product. So when he enter, the zoos are wonderful place of education, right? So when he enter, he will come up with an idea just for an entertainment only. But when he go out, when he leave the zoo, he should get an idea and vision that zoos are not just for entertainment, but it's for research, for breeding, for conservation, and it's also for education. And also the zoo should give some idea for the people that they should also involve themselves for the protection of the species, either ex situ or in situ, either directly in the field or in a place like zoos also. So during the 19th century menagerie, the visitor who visited a zoo, came with such things. So recreational amusement, fascination with variety of life forms, without interpretation of interrelationships, no expression of linkages of mankind to natural world. That was the state of mind when they visited and they just went out. But when a visitor visits a zoological park at this point of time, 20th century, he will be introduced to biology, animal behavior, familiarization with complexity of ecology and its basic principles, active interaction with interpretative compounds, right? Like how it is related with various ecosystems and things like that. So how it has to be in the future in 21st century? Stimulate creating attitude. It should just create caring attitude among the people's attitude. Empowerment to act on behalf of conservation issues. We had a very interesting talk just a few minutes before, a few minutes, the previous talk was really good. Okay, so I really appreciate such a powerful talk it was. So similar kind of, attitudinal change among the people. It should create the zoos should create the future. So perception of our immediate relationship with Bharat and nature should give how we are related. People will understand or accept or appreciate animals only if they can just relate themselves with that of the animal. Only then they can just do it. So these are some of the outcomes that we really look for, or we can just say the product, at least these products. Even though we are not able to take up big projects like conservation breeding programs, which is we have not successfully done it, but we are still trying, whereas the Western zoos have successfully done it. But at least we need to just focus on this conservation education where we can just involve it. So just conclude, the role of zoos ever changing. In the early zoos, the role of animal in its ecosystem did not figure at all. All the role of playing community steward or the concept of setting an example simply did not arise. Whereas today, the modern zoo wants to show the animal in its natural settings and to bring about attitudinal and behavioral change in its audience. With that, I just stop my talk. Thank you very much for the conveners and everybody for providing me this wonderful time, and for all the participants for listening to it. If we have time, we can take one or two things. Thank you, Manaji. Yes.
May I request if participants they have any questions? Dr. E. Manoj Borkar has a question to Dr. Daniel, sir.
Very good afternoon, Dr. Daniel. Pleasure seeing you. Good afternoon from Goa.
Yeah, welcome, Dr. Madhav.
As always, a wonderful and extremely informative and educative presentation. But Dr. Daniel, I have a small apprehension, and I'm so glad you ended on a perfect note that in public eye, the zoos still continue to be recreational spaces.
Right.
Stands the element of education, and that's one serious impediment to optimize the domain of captive environment. So what, in your opinion, is a very senior expert enrichment could be done in terms of addressing these bottlenecks?
Yeah, wonderful. That's great. Yeah, that's a wonderful thought. Actually, if you just go through the list of all the zoos we have in India and just try and find out how many zoos are promoting education, how many zoo educators are there employed to take us some education programs and then just promote the animals, animal conservation that they exhibit. Very few zoos are there. Okay, so it's very, very important. It's very, very important that we need to just take up initiatives to introduce or just take up. We give more importance to education, but the only best thing the zoos at this point can do it.
Dr. Daniel, if I may, I'm so sorry, but I was just wondering if adoption of animals in captive environments could be mandated under CSR. A lot of people have been doing this, as a matter of fact.
Yes, wonderful. Yeah. Adaptation of the zoos is something successfully happening at Mysore Zoo and various other zoos as well. So that is something that we may have to just promote. Big companies will be very happy to just do it as well. So wonderful. Yeah, maybe we have to just do that as well. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. God bless.
Excuse me, madam. I am Professor Satyanarayana from Department of Wildlife Biology, AVC College, Mailadurai. Excellent presentation by Daniel. Really, I'm very happy to know about the history of the zoos. And actually, one thing is that by observation that we have wonderful zoos and zoological park, biological park. In spite of that, unfortunately, we do not have a full-fledged scientist for all the zoos in India. Though we have some biologists, there's a technical grade. It's very unfortunate that though we have veterinarian, that's why I'm emphasizing most of the forest officials that we must have a field biologist in the Sanctuary National Park. At the same time, there should be a well-experienced scientist in the zoos. And number two is that now the corporation, the mini zoos concept is, I think, vanishing. I think you have also observed most of the mini zoos are observed, so that the local people are not able to get these things. They have to come to all the way from Chennai to have. What is your opinion that? And you know very well about the things. Could you just highlight this, Daniel?
Great, so wonderful. Yeah, with the point of biologists, it's very important. We need to have various zoos in India again have biologists. One thing we need to just understand. Nowadays zoos. Zoos are also generating funds, right? So it's very important. Community can also help. Perfect breeding programs can also be just carried out. Many of the Western zoos are successful in doing that because they have well-trained veterinarians. Of course, we do have with regard to the veterinarians. We need good biologists, as you rightly said, Dr. Satyanarayan, that we can have a big picture of zoos spending time and expertise in situ, and in situ helping the ex situ, where both facilities can help each other. So that's very much required. With regard to the mini zoos, of course, mini zoos, if they can just keep up the standards of the zoos, and if can just improve the standards from menagerie to just other exhibits, it can always be done. So we need to so that's not really happening because, of course, we have a lot of other problems. The finance thing is one thing that we need to, but we cannot always just blame something. Only thing is, we need to have that, ideas and interest to just come up with big picture of a zoo, and then we need to just move to the new concepts of conservation centers. So that is in the hands of the managers, and these ideas just come at one point of time. This will also. That will also, as you rightly said, the zoos like Madras Zoo or Mysore Zoo or Hyderabad Zoo, which is in the city side, lot of and also the Alipur Zoo, Calcutta Zoo, and various Delhi Zoo, people from the remote places, they all come, and at some point of time, the entire zoo will be just flooded with people, which is not good for the animal and also for the managers. So that will also help in some point of time.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Excellent.
I will put a question.
Yes.
You have traveled abroad, both Asia and Europe, so many places. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Please tell me, please.
You have traveled a lot abroad, both in Asian nations and Europe. So, is there any difference between the zoos in those places and in our country? First. Second is, what is the percentage of success between ex situ and in situ conservation? Yes, please.
Okay, sir. Great. Wonderful. With regard to the difference, I don't want to compare. As I told you, we are culturally rich. Biodiversity is just very, very rich. I would say the Western zoos, took learned many things from the Eastern and Southern and Southern Asian zoos, and they are doing good. And their exhibits are, they have it. There is a group called WAZA, World Zoo Association of Zoos and Aquaria, and they have quite important things that they wanted to just do it. One is the standards and the research and breeding programs, and then the association between the interaction between organizations and the education. These are the 5 major things that they just do and carry out in different zoos. So when you come to our zoos, our facilities in our region, we don't know how many of these things are happening. Do we have, of course, Central Zoo Authority is there, but do we have any kind of coordination, perfect interaction among the zoos? Either ex situ or in situ, do we have it? I don't think so. Or do we have any successful breeding programs happening here? Of course, we had few, and we also identified some of the zoo animals, local threatened animals that requires breeding programs. At some point of time, Central Zoo Authority also just did that. That's a question, right? So a lot of difference are there. I don't want to just compare, but we have a lot of potential. The Central Zoo Authority is having its own style of functioning, which is much appreciated, because we are in a tropical region, and then most of the animals that we want to exhibit are our own animals. And then the Western people, they just say that they always blame, especially the zoos that hold in the tropical countries, not pinpointing India, that we are not very good at implementing the basic requirements of the zoo. Instead, we straight away jump into programs like, genetic engineering and then DNA programs and things like that. We may have to just give importance to the welfare of the animals. This is a general statement that they made for the tropical countries, not for the. So these are some of the difference that we just see. With regard to the percentage of ex situ and in situ conservation, those are very much required. We have certain stocks, found only, as I told you, the Trivandrum Zoo in 1985, 87, they had only one animal, that is the civet cat, which is highly threatened. Now it is not there. You don't have any kind of such animal anywhere in India or anywhere in the world. It's not available. The animal in the wild is also critically endangered, as by the ICN. So such kind of conservation breeding programs are very much essential. If you ask what is the percentage of success of in breeding programs happening outside area, again I don't want to compare, but we are not so successful. While the people from the West are willing to just give their excess animals to here. But, we have plenty of animals. There's no need for us to just take it from them unless otherwise is absolutely required, right? With regard to ex situ conservation, we are really doing good. And then, of course, as we learned from the previous discussion, there are plenty of programs, plenty of problems are there. We have to just overcome everything. Okay.
Right.
Is there any more questions, Danny?
I will type in my email ID. If you have any questions, you can.
Pathak sir, please conclude.
Manoj sir, you have any question? Yes, sir. Thank you. Menagerie Museums Conservation Centers. It was really a thrilling experience to go through this history of Indian zoos along with Daniel sir. It was really great to know about Miss Sally R. Walker, her work, her dedication, and her life for the zoo educations, which she had found as Razak, and she has completely dedicated her life for the zoo education. It was a great presentation, very systematic and very informative, and very interesting to know many of the facts. Especially when sir introduced us to certain terminologies, to the starting from the history of zoos, that is 19th century zoos, from zoos to the museums, and from museums to the conservation centers, like how it has been transformed into a very educative and interactive centers. That was really mind-blowing. Apart from this, we also got a chance to understand what are the main objectives of our zoos and how they play a very important role in situ conservation when we talk about it, and what is an individual's role when we talk in terms of contributions to the conservation. And it was really interesting to know the classification of zoos, number of zoos over the years, and how these zoological gardens are playing a major role in the conservation. It could be through different programs under the zoo education. But finally, it is last, not the least one, which is very, very important, that is education. How and zoo education plays a major role interacting with the visitors, how it can bring in that required awareness to promote the conservation at large. So indeed, it was a very, very informative and a very interesting sessions, Dr. Daniel sir. And it was really a privilege for me being your mentee and to become a chairperson of today's sessions. I really thank Professor Skandakumar Mishra for giving me this opportunity to become a chairperson for this session, national webinar session. And my sincere thanks to the convener, the government MS Golvalkar College, Rewa, Madhya Pradesh. Before I end my vote of thanks, I really thank. They were so inquisitive and they were so vibrant to know many of the facts. And
Sir.
From Dr. Daniel and going through the make out nobody can get the subject than Dr. Daniel, and he beautifully did his job. Not only he illustrated the complete history of zoos in India, but also he made the complete presentation very interesting. He talked about the role of the Central Zoo Authority, and also he talked about the concepts of carrying capacity and then zoo product, the visitor being the zoo product. So it was a very beautifully illustrated, all the aspects you very illustrated in a very beautiful manner. So I could not hear the complete presentation, but whatever I could listen to, it was very informative, very knowledgeable, and it was very insightful. So everybody must have got very immensely benefited through this presentation. And Dr. Mamta, you did your job in a very beautiful manner. I must congratulate you also, because I was late, so you did my job. You made my job simple. So at the same time, to put on record the appreciation for Mr. Dr. Skand Misra, as well as the MS Golvalkar College. They are doing a tremendous job for the society, not only for the children, not only for the students of their college, but also for others also. But being in a place like Rewa and thinking of all these things and getting these things done through online mode in such a tough time, really, hats off to Dr. Skand Misra and his team. So I would like to once again appreciate put my commendation on record for Dr. Daniel, who has been doing all these things for the ex-city conservation of animals. And again, thanks to everyone and Happy New Year to all of you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you again for your on zoo history. And thank you, Mr. Sanjay Pathak, sir, Field Director, Dudhwa, and co-chairperson of the session, Dr. Mamta Satyanarayana from Mysore. All of you, thank you, sir. Thank you. And now, next session will start. The chairperson of the session, Dr. P.D. Balaji, formerly Professor Ancient History and Archaeology, Madras University, Chennai. And eminent speaker of the session, Dr. M. Nambirajan, Joint Director General, Archaeological Survey of India, New Delhi. Topic of the archaeological museums in India. So I am requesting to Dr. P.D. Balaji, sir, please hear the session and introducing our eminent speaker, Dr. M. Nambirajan, sir. Yes, sir. Dr. P.D. Balaji.
Yeah. So, that's it. I thank the organizers for having given me this opportunity to chair this session for a seminar which is going on virtually. So, it's really interesting to see you have brought in so many experts from various fields, and in this Corona period, you are conducting such a program, which is quite nice. And the person who is going to present the paper today is Dr. Nambirajan. As far as Dr. Nambirajan is concerned, and he is our alumni, and he has studied in our Department of Ancient Eastern Archaeology, and he now working as Joint Director General of Archaeology. And he has put in nearly 34 years of service in the Archaeological Survey of India, and he he has served in various parts of India at various positions. And he also participated in a number of conservations, heritage managements, museum management, and also World Heritage sites which are located all over the Tamil Nadu, all over India. And as far as his PhD is, his supervisor is Dr. Professor A. Sundara, a well-known archaeologist, and under him he has did his doctorate degree. And he has participated in a number of excavations in places like Tiruvakkarai, Banahali, Tinji, Sadras, Adichanallur, and many other places, and also directed a number of excavations, including the Kadanad and Talagunda, Pattinam, and many other places. He has authored books on coastal archaeology of Western India, Bengal excavations, catalog on antiquities in Tipu's museum, and also another beautiful book on Kerala murals. He has visited a number of foreign countries, including Israel, Nepal, Canada, USA, on official assignments. And he has served so many years, as I said, and in these years, nearly more than 15 to 20 years, he put in service in Delhi. And as a person who has been living here, there at Delhi, and he is having a first-hand information on many other archaeological sites, as also as Director General of Archaeology, he will be having more information, and also he has served as a Director of Monuments and like that. And as our learned speaker is going to speak on museums and monuments in New Delhi, and our participants will be having the more information, the first-hand information about the various sites that are located. And now I, with this brief introduction, hand over the forum to speaker Dr. M. Nambirajan.
Sir, for information, topic of the Dr. Nambirajan is archaeological museums in India.
Okay. Yeah.
Namaste to everybody. All of you can see my screen.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Please continue.
Namaste to everybody again. Inviting me to make a presentation on the national webinar. I've been following this webinar for the last few days, and the topics that have been covered are excellent, and there is a combination of nature and Professor Mishra has done an excellent job. Thank you again. I also thank Dr. Balaji, who happens to be my senior in the Madras University. I'm extremely happy to make the presentation when he is chairing this session. I'll be talking on archaeological site museums in India. I will also talking about where there are early references in the archaeological context or the historical context about the museums. I will also talking about how and when the museums movement started in India. Then we will be going into the classification, the category or types of museums in India. What role the Archaeological Survey of India plays in organizing these museums, in maintaining these museums, what is the contribution of these museums to the Indian society. We'll also talking about the other aspects, the conservation or the preservation of these antiquities preserved in these museums. We'll be talking about state museums a little bit. We'll also talking about some the antiquities which have been smuggled out, which have been retrieved with much effort. It's a long-term process to bring back these antiquities. We'll also be talking about all these aspects. This is the ABCD of the museums. We all know about it, but still, I'm mentioning that etymologically, the museum is derived from a Greek word museum. I hope that I'm pronouncing it properly. It means that a temple of the muses. Muses is the goddess of arts and learning, a place of study. A place where a permanent exhibition of subject, maybe archaeology or maybe any other subject that has been organized. The antiquities and the monuments, the protection of monuments and antiquities is very much related to the museum movement, because they are actually the form, the collection which is being displayed for the benefit of the visitors. In the early stages, the collection was formed, that of the private individuals. We will go into that detail in the next few slides. This is one source of collection of the objects that are being displayed in the museum. And the next is the purchase committee. When the museums are established, there will be purchase committees, and they acquire, the objects against the payment. Then there are antiquarian laws in Indian context. There is a Treasure Trove Act 1878, which allows the government, to acquire or take over the antiquities found in the fields. Anything found below the ground is the property of the state government. The state government can acquire these objects or antiquities using these legal measures. So these were the sources of the museum collection in the earlier stages. Now, when the Archaeological Survey of India was formed in 1861, the department carried out village-to-village survey all over the country, also conducted many excavations. So the objects found from these, archaeological research activity found their way into museums. These are all general aspects. In museum can be classified into these categories. National museums, there are state museums, maybe in the headquarters of any state. There may be museums in every district headquarters. There may be museums in the archaeological sites where the excavation has been conducted. There may be a museum can be established there. Besides, there are museums established by the education institutions like universities.
सभी का ऑर्डर लगा है ना? इसको बुलाया था तुम्हारा ऑर्डर हो रहा है, जल्दी आ जाओ करके. हाँ? Correct है आप? मैं कोट्टे बना.
I request everybody to switch off the mic, please. Museums, are also there in the universities, colleges, and schools. The subject matter of these museums, whether it's national or district or state level museums, there can be on anthropology, there can be a museum on archaeology, art, children's museum, tribal art, historical, natural history museums, personal collections, science museums, or it can be a combination of all these subjects. In the international context, the first museum was established in it's the British Museum in 1753. The Museum of America was established in 1773. Spain had the first museum in 1776. France had the first museum of Republic in 1793, and Japan had its first museum in 1872. Coming to the Indian context, we have references to Chitrasala in Indian literature. It means a picture gallery or a place where the pictures are kept. So there are some references, to display of objects in the Indian literature. We also have labeled panels found in Bharut or Player. So the basic idea of object label the visitor. So the visitor what is this, so this is an initial idea of display. So into the areas reference, when Firuzshah Tughlaq from the original to his date is 731. Any reference is a collection of the collection of and sorry again. Williams was the key man, the first museum area. People collecting antiquities form part of their collections. Now, before all these collections, beautiful collection of individuals, he came to India and started the Asiatic ASIATIK Society, later which became the Asiatic Society, ASIATIC Society of Bengal, where these objects from the individuals were collected and stored. And now this formed, the Asiatic Society of Bengal. This formed the Indian Museum. So this happened in 1996. Obviously, this of Asiatic Society Museum and the success of it, influenced the similar, like-minded people in Madras and the Bombay. Now it is Chennai and Mumbai. So the Asiatic Society of Mumbai and Madras Literary Society were formed, and with the same intention of collecting these objects, this kind of objects from the personal collections and storing them in one particular place. So this sort of movement started where the care for these objects was developing into a great movement. Of course, we'll go into the site museums maintained by the ASI in the next slides. So again, we go back to the national level, international level. But the similar kind of movement which happened in 18th century in India was happening much earlier, 1 century before in European countries. The public institution was first developed in Europe, and then they were converted into museums. I mentioned about the Chitrasala and the labeled inscriptions from Bodh Gaya and all. This is a picture of these kind of labeled panels. Now, X Sector has written a beautiful book on development of museums in India, where it covers the entire story of museum from the beginning to how it took a lot of efforts and twists and turns into what we are seeing today all over the country. There are many Britishers who have contributed to the museum movement, like Leonard Woolley, Hargreaves and Markram, Curzon, So these are the pioneers, of the museum movement in India. The museum objects are as important as the monument itself. Now, there is a tendency to take museums as just a place where these objects are stored. No, but the monuments are representing the technology of the period. They represent the human endeavor, human effort. They represent the culture of that particular period. They represent the economic status and religious, aspects, and so on and so forth. Similarly, the antiquities or the objects of any museum represent the technology, the economic situation, the religious aspects, the social, cultural aspects of a particular period. So they are equally important as that of the monuments. So the idea of archaeological site museum. After 1861, the ASI started excavating many sites. They explored many sites. Now, these excavations. Now, Observation of these, these objects are very, very important, and that led to the organization or the establishment of site museums. Ancient monumentation was, introduced. He said this seems to be, when there are a lot of people who are not, interested in, preserving these museums in the museums. And he said they can be best studied when these objects are preserved in close proximity of the sites where these objects are found. He also mentioned that certain sites where these museums could be, organized. The archaeological site museums, I mentioned, that's a reason, it has got a purpose, and it's totally different from national museums or regional or district museums. The national museums represent the cultural, aspects of the chronological scales are preserved there. So one of the important development in Indian context is site museums. These are some of the Central Asian antiquities collection is very, very important, because when the survey of the Turkestan and Chinese Turkestan was done, large number of antiquities were found from 1927 to 29, and these, all these antiquities later were transferred to National Museum. So it's a very important collection of the National Museum, New Delhi. We'll go into the site museums now. before going into the details of these site museums, Indian Museum Calcutta was formed in 1866 as per the Act of the Act number 27 of the British Empire, and the National Museum, the James Prinsep in 1837. That's why we call him a pioneer in the Indian historical context. He wrote to the government in 1837, stating that India should have a national museum. So, but in 1837 he had the vision of forming this or establishing the national museum, which happened nearly 100 or 120 years later. Then at the state levels, a central museum was established in Madras in Fort St. George, 1851, and later this was shifted to a new building, which is where it exists in Egmore. It was in 1854. The first college museum was established, the Zoological Museum in the Madras Christian College in 1838. This is one of the earliest college museums in India. And the first one was the museum in Serampur in West Bengal, which was established in 1818. The princely states also played a very important role in the museum movement. They were impressed by the Royal Asiatic Society and other such activities by the Madras Literary Society, etc. They also came forward and established museums. Royal families always have a great collection of art, antiquities, and other art objects. Travancore, the princely state, established a museum in 1857. The Mysore royal family established a site museum in 1866. Raipur in Madhya Pradesh, 1875. Lucknow and Nagpur in 1858. Then they are followed by royal families of Rajasthan. They formed or established site museums in Udaipur, Jaipur, Rajkot in Gujarat, Vijayawada, etc. All this happened around 1887-88. So these are some of the contributions made by the princely states. In 1874, the Mathura Museum was formed. It was initially called as Curzon's Museum of Archaeology. Now it is a state museum, and it's one of the I can say that the earliest archaeological museum in India, because it's called Curzon Museum of Archaeology, 1874. And there are other museums like Prince of Wales Museum, 1912. Victoria Memorial Hall had a good collection, 1921. The temples have a very good collection of ancient objects contemporary to their building of these temples. One of the earliest was 1935, the Srirangam temple in Tamil Nadu. They established a museum. About the Central Asian antiquities I just mentioned, this is a personal collection actually done by Aurelstein when he was exploring the Chinese. That is an effort of one man. Then we come to the National Museum. In 1945, a committee was formed. They realized the importance of a representative museum where a person can visit and see the culture of the entire country in one place. So a committee was formed in 1945 to suggest means and measures of forming or establishing this national museum under Maurice Gear. And in 1949, the National Museum was formed in Rashtrapati Bhavan. This was actually a museum of the Archaeological Survey of India. But later in 1958, it became an independent entity. And in 1960, it was shifted from Rashtrapati Bhavan to the present location in Janpath. We have other national museums such as National Gallery of Modern Art, National Museum of National History, etc. we come to site museums. I talked about the purpose of these site museums. They have been it's a sort of vision of those pioneers in the field of history or archaeology and research in India. These site museums that formed. The Sarnath, one of the earliest, opened in 1910. The building itself now is more than 100 years old. It has got a beautiful collection of Buddhist art. Wonderful collection there is. The most important contribution of the Archaeological Survey of India is the discovery of Indian emblem, the Ashokan pillar with the land capital. That's the most important contribution of ASI to India. The emblem, the pillar is the emblem of Government of India, which is displayed in Sarnath Museum. So we talked about site museums. The Archaeological Survey of India also maintains certain other museums which are not the site museums in the true sense, because site museums are where their objects are found from the excavations and they are displayed in a museum building adjacent or close to the excavated site. Now, we also have palace museums like Hazardwari Palace Museum, Kuch Bihar in Bengal, Matanjeri in Kerala, and Teak Palace in Rajasthan. Here, when the monuments, the palaces are protected by the Archaeological Survey of India. We protect with all the collection found in the palaces. So these objects are displayed, wherever they are kept in different chambers of these palaces. The objects are displayed in a proper manner, and they all belong to the palace. Then we don't bring any objects from outside and then display it. All these objects are found inside, in situ, and they are displayed there. So these are called palace museums. We have period museums. Period museums, object displayed, in Taj or Fort St. George or Tipu Sultan DD Bar. We call it the Tipu Sultan Museum in Srirangapatna in Karnataka, where say for example Fort St. George, the objects displayed there may be coins, cannons, paintings, portrait paintings of the governors, etc. They represent a particular period, the British era. They are called period museums. But still they are in a general category of site museum, but it has sub-classification like palace museums and period museums. So these are some of the categories of museums, and we have approximately, I would say, why I said 50 or approximately, because we 52 museums, out of which 2 are closed for renovation. Both of them are in Red Fort, New Delhi. With another museum, it is also temporarily closed, that is museum at local an excavated site. Now the Gujarat government is in a large scale, they are organizing a maritime museum near Lothal, and so the objects as found from the excavation at Lothal will be shifted to the state government museum, but they will continue to be with ASI, but they will be shifted and displayed in the new building being constructed. So that's why I said approximately 52 museums, but many of them are, as I said, 3 museums are not open for public at present. So, some of the site museums, include, we discussed some like Sarnath, Bodhgaya, etc. There are museums at Amaravati, Suryapahar in Orissa, Vaishali, Vikramshila in Bihar, Goa. We got a sort of period museum. In Karnataka, Aikole, Hampi, we have site museums. In Madhya Pradesh, we have Shivpuri. In Khajuraho, Maharashtra, we have recently, in 2019, we opened the museum.
Sir, sorry to disturb you. Please click on hide. We are not seeing all the text on the screen.
Pardon?
Sir, please click on hide. It keeps on saying stop sharing or hide. Please click on hide from your slide. Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Sorry for disturbing.
So we have museums in Orissa, like Konarak, Ratnagiri, Lalitgiri. Uttar Pradesh we have at Sarnath, Lucknow, Agra. Uttarakhand we have a museum in Jageshwar. West Bengal we discuss about Kuch Bihar, etc. These are about the site museums. We go into the reserve collections. Now, when we talk about the museums, it's not that we display all the objects from the site. Hardly 10 or 20% of these objects are displayed in museums, and rest are kept in the reserve collection. The earlier days, the intention was to display all the objects found from the excavations. But it's more like, sort of a storage chamber where you keep all these objects, sort of dumped and not properly arranged. Nowadays, we display only 10 or 20%, rest are all kept in the reserve collections. And periodically, we are supposed to, rotate these objects. When a visitor comes once and he sees the museum, and the next time he doesn't come because he has already seen these objects. So to bring him in again, so we need to sort of rotation of these objects so that the visitor comes again and again. We don't do it actually, but I would suggest that when the objects are kept in a reserve collection, storage where the visitor is not allowed. Some of these objects I suggest or I feel that should be given to temporarily to schools and colleges or other museums so that they can be displayed. We don't have space; the others may have some space so that the public, can gain knowledge or what happened in these excavations.
Sorry for interruption, Dr. Nambirajan sir. Your slides are not moving. In fact, the slide with cases retrieval of antiquities pipelines, that was stopped.
I was just giving the general information, research collections, etc. Now I'll come to this cases of retrieval only.
Nice. Thank you.
So coming to the retrieval of antiquities, this is museum we recently established in 2019 in Puranakila, New Delhi. There are thousands of antiquities have been taken over a period of time by the British or after that. So it's happening for a long time. That may be taken during the British era or have been smuggled out after the independence also. There are Antiquities and Art Treasures Act and all that to take care. We also signatory to the United Nations conventions. Whichever country we have these conventions, we have these agreements, we can establish, if we can establish the origin of these antiquities, that they are from India, and if the other country agrees, they can be brought back to India. These are all diplomatic efforts. We can only try to prove that these antiquities from India and these are representing a particular region or a particular state. This is one aspect. Secondly, there are many antiquities that have been stolen. So when the objects are stolen, there are police cases. So we have to convince the other government that these are all stolen from this country and this is the legal measures we have taken. And there's another way of retrieving the antiquities, but this is a long drawn process. And it's from our side, we make effort, and then the Ministry of External Affairs takes up with the external ministry of the other country. So through diplomatic channels only we can bring it. Of course, supported by the Indian Act and the United Nations Convention. These are some of the objects we have brought in over the period of time. We have brought in antiquities from US, Singapore, Australia, Canada, etc. Bulk of the antiquities, have come from United States. These are some of the antiquities brought from various countries, the bronzes brought from United States. These are all case properties. Now the cases are there in Tamil Nadu, and then on the right side down you have this, a museum of retrieved antiquities maintained by the Archaeological Survey of India. These are the 52 site museums locations are shown in a map. Their museums, serve as centers of education. So the visitors are allowed to the exhibited area, but if the students or researchers are interested in studying the objects which are in the research collections, also they are allowed with proper certificates from the education institutions. Proximity to the site is, gives an opportunity to study the antiquities in relation to the site. Nowadays we talk about interpretation centers. We say that every monument should have an interpretation center, so that the visitor enters the interpretation center first. He understands what to expect when he actually visits the site. So he's being mentally prepared to see what he is going to see. He's just showing a glimpses of the sites or the antiquities he is going to see. It develops sort of curiosity in his mind that he is going to see this kind of excellent collection. But in those days, say 1904 onwards, these site museums have been serving as interpretation centers. They tell the visitors that this is the objects, this is the pottery found from this site, these are the coins from these sites. This gives you a view of the excavated trenches through the pictures, etc. So these site museums actually act as interpretation centers, and they also act, added attraction to the site. For example, Lothal, some people, come to see the site, but they do not know what actually was found from these sites. So these objects are displayed in the Lothal Museum. So the tourists are attracted, to see this museum and this site in one place. Reserve collection, we spoke about. Loan of objects, we have spoken about. Apart from this, rotation of these objects, we also, should have ideally. There are many site museums, we don't have this facility of temporary exhibitions, where this, the updates of the latest research or some pictures from the region, what the regional archaeology is, that can be, sort of displayed temporarily through pictures and some objects on a particular, occasion. So this is about collection, Fort St. George Museum, we spoke about loan of objects to schools and colleges. Now, within that department itself, we have this, facility to give loan from one museum to the other museum. Tipu Sultan Palace in Museum in Srirangapatna, all the objects from which form part of the Srirangapatna were donated or transferred from the Fort St. George Museum. We spoke about it as a period museum, where taken from the collection of Fort St. George Museum, Madras. Red Fort Museum, we had full collection of the Mughal era, and that has been given to the Agra Museum, again maintained by the Archaeological Survey of India. Conservation of the objects, of course, particularly with regard to the metal objects, ivory and bone, etc. Then they need a lot of care, and they need periodical attention, they need periodical preservation. So every museum, should have ideally labs where the scientists attend to these objects which need conservation. Instead of taking it out from the inside museum to some other place, they should be attended to in the museum building itself. Now, see, these museums were organized in 1904 and onwards. So over the period of time, they have been upgraded, but the modern technology needs to be introduced. Now we have a lot of state-of-the-art technology. We have this artificial intelligence, we have these QRs, audio, video guides, AR, VR. So the 3D pictures or films. So all these things need to be introduced. We are in the process of upgrading some of the museum in phase-wise. The lighting all the state of the art technology which is available now, we are trying to introduce in these site museums phase-wise. So if you can introduce in 10 site museums in 1 year, I will say this is a very successful effort. This is pictures of some of the site museums. Botany, it was designed as a cave only, the top one, and then the bottom one is the Aihole Museum. You can see over a period of time, some upgradations have been done in these museums. Security is a prime concern. In United States itself, in one person has sort of a godown where more than 1,000 smuggled antiquities are kept. We are in the process of bringing them. We successfully brought around 250 objects recently from the United States. But the one man has got a collection of more than 1,000 objects in one godown. He has kept it in New York. So, so the security is is of paramount importance. So these are some of the security measures each museum should have. Documentation, of course, is also important. We have, we are started using the digital documentation. We got a software called Jatan software, developed by the Center for Digital Advanced Computing based in Pune, and they are doing documentation for us. We are also having the National Mission for Monuments and Antiquities. They are also doing digital documentation. This I just mentioned to you that there are antiquities. We are taking all our efforts to bring them back. It's a long drawn, as I mentioned, effort. This is the Ashokan pillar. It's the emblem of Government of India. These are from Orissa. Nagarjunakonda and other places. Harappan beads from Lothal on the top. Now we are also having the proposals to have new museums apart from whatever is what you are seeing. Yad-e Jalian and all we established in 2018. We have these three: Yad-e Jalian, number 2, 3, 4. Yad-e Jalian, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, and the fourth one, the Azadi Ka Diwani. These are museums we recently established. We also established a virtual experiential museum in Manmahal in Varanasi. These are some of the museums which are just opened for public. Lalitgiri. These are museums in Red Fort, 1857 museum. Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose Museum in Red Fort. Azani Ki Diwani. All these museums tell the story of freedom struggle. This is experiential museum in Manmahal, Varanasi. This we have already seen. This is Aga Khan Palace, Mahatma Gandhi Museum. Mahatma Gandhi stayed here in this museum for a few months along with Kasturiba. And Kasturiba breathed her last here only. So this place is of significance. That's why we established the Mahatma Gandhi Museum in Aga Khan Palace, Pune. In the near future, we will have a museum opened in Humayun's Tomb. It's a museum of about the Mughal history, art, architecture. Museum in Humayun's Tomb, and there are 5 iconic sites, identified by the government at Arakigadi, Hasinapur, Dholavira, Shivsagar, and Adichanallur. We will be having museums in very soon. Maybe it will take a couple of years, but we'll have museums in all these places. We are also planning subject-wise museums, children's museums. We have got identified spaces in Delhi. Couple of years we'll be having Epigraphy Museum, one museum on Ashokan inscriptions, apart from these 5 museums at the iconic sites. These are some of the ideas we have to go more digital with regard to the display of the objects. Of course, all these museums will have to be made as disabled friendly. They should have the features. Capacity building, the staff, the archaeologist or the curator working there, should be trained in museological aspects and how to handle the visitors, how to educate the students coming there. So we need periodical knowledge building programs. The challenges we face, some of these museums are are located in monument. Say for example, Matangeri in Kerala, or Goa Museum, Villa Goa Museum, or the Old Goa Museum, where we cannot alter the buildings. We cannot expand as we want. When you expand in a modern building where a museum is located. But here we cannot even put a nail on the wall. So how to expand these museums, how to improve the display is a challenge, because within this structure or the space available, we have to manage the display. Some of the museums are located in remote areas. Obviously, the security is an issue there. The visitors do not go and see, like Surya Pahar in Guwahati in Assam. So, these museums located in remote areas, of course, the challenges of their own. Some museums, like remote area museums, have the round the clock. They do not have the round the clock electricity or internet connection or phone connectivity. So the communication itself in times of any emergency is an issue. These are some of the challenges, and with this I will close my lecture with thanks to Professor Skand Mishra and his team, and also special thanks to Dr. Balaji for chairing this session, and also giving a few nice words about me. Thank you very much.
Now I thank Dr. Nambirajan for having given a scintillating lecture for the past
Hello.
45 to...
Hello.
Yes,
this is Ramchandra Murthy NS from Hyderabad, and I would like to speak a few words about
yes,
the
certainly. I allow you. Don't do it.
Let me kindly permit me to congratulate you both.
Certainly.
Having chaired.
Just wait. Yeah. So I thank the speaker for having given this lecture, and now I permit the participants, those who are having any doubt or clarifications or suggestions, whatever it may be, they can give or they can question or raise the questions and giving their names and other detail, kindly confined within the topic of the lecture.
Yes. And kindly permit me to make a comment on the talk delivered by Professor Nambirajan, and for outset, I would like to congratulate you both for having provided very valuable information about the region of India. But at the same time, I would say coming from number 3,
Yeah.
This is Dr. N.S. Ramchandra Murthy from Hyderabad. And having worked in the Department of Archaeology and Museums, Government of Andhra Pradesh, former Andhra Pradesh, I would like to submit to you that the former Government of Andhra Pradesh has made a policy to establish district museums and headquarters in every district. And there are nearly over 20 to 22 museums. And I have myself personally set up 2 museums at Kadapa in the district headquarters of Kadapa, and a site museum at Gandikota. That is one thing. And second thing is, I've also supervised a museum in Karimnagar because we happened to shift some of the valuable casing slabs of a Buddhist stupa of 2nd century BC for fear of being stolen. They were shifted to the district museum in Karimnagar. And thirdly, I would like, as Mr. Nambirajan has said, Andhra Pradesh has very good museums in Vijayawada, Rajahmundry, Vijayawada Victoria Jubilee Museum at Vijayawada, and Andhra Historical Society Museum at Rajahmundry, and recently a museum was set up at Visakhapatnam. And as you know, the objects of the princely families need to be collected still. And above all, we get antiquities more by the Archbishop's Act, and they are being collected and just kept in the reserve collection. No study is being made. They are not being classified. They are not being studied. There is no trained personnel to study a copyright grant or a coin, because there are over 3 lakh coins which need to be catalogued, which is not being done. And at the same time, I should also say, having made some physical verification of the state museum in Hyderabad, the records maintained earlier, that is existing register, etc., and the details, the description, everything are now are almost torn to pieces. They are not available. And it is time for the government of India, Archaeological Survey of India is also the state governments to reorganize the museums and appoint trained and properly guided staff to inform the visitors about the importance of the objects that are being displayed in the museums. And moreover, I should tell you, no descriptive catalog is being maintained by any museum. Basically, guidebook, some of the guidebooks are appeared at state museum, West Museum, Hyderabad, but district museums do not have any catalog, do not have any features. And the way they display the museum also is not good.
Dr. Murthy, please brief.
Can you confine yourself your question? What is your question?
No, let's look at it. It is time for a government India, what a known to say. Government of India also increase the state government, maintain their museum, after this, the trained personnel, utilize them, and display the objects, and take the objects, and see that they are well organized. That is the topic.
Dr. Nambirajan? Dr. Nambirajan?
See, the audio is not clear, but what I understand,
yeah, certainly.
some of the museums in Andhra and Telangana, there should be some development and upgradation. And I think he wants help from the government.
Yeah, central government.
The audio is not clear.
Audio is not clear.
No, audio is not clear.
I don't know how it happens.
But that's what I understand. You see.
No. Even under the Srisalem irrigation project also, new museums are being set up at Srisalem and in Kurnool, and they also need to be properly maintained and organized. They have not yet been open for public, declared open for public, but and we have collected a large number of sculptures which are threatened for submergence, and we have displayed them in the museums.
You see, the archaeology is in the concurrent list, and state governments also have a responsibility to.
Right. And that's what they say.
Government of India has some grant, for organizing or upgrading these museums. It is handled by the Ministry of Culture. If the district or the state government approaches the Ministry of Culture, they give grants, museum grants to these, state governments.
Sir, giving money itself is not sufficient. There is need for the Archaeological Survey of India to make a periodical inspection and see that the state governments maintain the museums properly.
Okay, we will note it. I won't react to this.
So, no, thing is, when the music cannot interfere. Okay. So if it is a museum maintained by the central government, then the ASI will take responsibility. Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem.
And I understand that, but there is need. Otherwise, state governments are neglecting. They are not sanctioning sufficient funds. The trained personnel, trained popular archaeological trained personnel are not being appointed, and records are not being maintained properly, and safety measures also are not taken in regard to the site museums, because there are very valuable site museums at Dhulikata and at Chandavaram and at Kotalingala and other places where we have got very early antiquities.
Yeah, I do agree. The thing is, it has to be addressed to the director of particular museum. I think you will be giving a solution, better solution. So rather the central government will give you the fund. Okay, they will finance. But thing is, maintenance of the museum rests with the state government. That's the problem. So that's what the people like Nambirajan may be facing. Yeah. Okay. So any other question?
Sir, good afternoon. Nageswarow. Vanakkam, sir.
Yeah.
It's very good presentation. I have a small question. Why in most of the ASI site museums, photography is not allowed? If the paintings are there, okay. Please, thank you.
You see, photography is allowed nowadays in the museums with the permission. But where the museum has paintings and other sensitive objects, we don't allow paintings. If any object is inside the showcase, you are not going to get a clear picture. That is one thing. Even if you take a picture, it will not be very clear. Secondly, if you say, for example, Matanjeri and all, where there are paintings, we don't allow, because the frequent use of flash and all, it definitely damage the paintings. With permission, we allow. With the permission of the ASI, we allow permissions inside it.
Thank you, Dr. Nambirajan. Thank you.
Okay.
Sir, I have
no questions.
Can I ask?
Yeah.
Can I ask? Is there any policy for the government for museums audit, especially for archaeology site museums? Is there any such audit policy?
So the mic has not been unmuted.
Yeah, there's a policy.
Can you hear now?
Yeah, there's a policy.
Yeah.
Is there any policy of government? Museums audit, antiquities audit. Antiquities audit.
These antiquities kept in a museums are verified physically once in a year. But we are for the rotation of these objects from zero collection to display and display to reserve collection, we are working on that. The physical verification is done every year. There is no audit as such, just physical verification by the in charge of this museum.
That's what I have suggested earlier.
ASA will do only in their museums, but they cannot go
Okay. Dr. Nambirajan has given a very good lecture, and he has enlightened on the origin and development of museum movement in India, where he traced the origin development of museum right from the definition of museum, the word museum, and how it has originated in India, and also the very first Asiatic Society of India, which came into an existence in 1814, and the types of museum which are available in India, and the museum, the importance of the site museum, particularly in archaeological sites. What is the purpose? What for the site museums are established, and then the research institutes and colleges, and also he has dealt with about the formation of the National Museum which took place in India. And during his talk, he also emphasized the contribution of ASI towards the formation of the national emblem, the Sarnath, that is the emblem of India. And also he has dealt with about the thematic museums, and particularly he has also given the total number of museums that are available in India, and he slightly touched about the principles of display. What is the principles being adopted in display of museum objects, and more important is that is the retrieval of antiquities that meant for display in the museum, and finally the how the various idols, the bronze images that are smuggled out of India, and what are all the various problems that are faced by the government in retrieving those objects from the other countries. And also when he is ending the lecture, he has given future plan. What the ASI is going to do in future, and they are going to establish the epic museum, and also a museum special children's museums, all those things he has dealt with, and also he has touched upon the various laws that are governing the archaeological sites and the museum that are in India. And overall, he has given the first-hand information about the museum movement in India. It will be, I think, the lecture that is given by the speaker, the learned speaker, would be of most useful to the participants, where they are having more knowledge about the museum movement in India. And at the outset, I thank the speaker for having given this wonderful lecture, and I also thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to chair this session, particularly wherein our Nambirajan has spoken about the new origin and development of museum movement in India. I thank the organizer. Also, I thank our Nambirajan about and for who has spoken about presented his paper under my chairmanship. I thank one and all, particularly participants who have questions and they have raised the questions in concern with the topic of the lecture. I thank one and all for having participated. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the CT scan of the museum movement in India. Thank you. You have done very well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
For delivered a nice lecture. एक्चुअली ये स्टूडेंट और विशेष रूप से आर्कियोलॉजी के साथ साथ एक जनरल स्टूडेंट, साइंस और आर्ट्स के स्टूडेंट हैं, उनके लिए भी आर्कियोलॉजी को समझने के लिए ये बहुत ही फ्रूटफुल लेक्चर रहा, और इसमें आपने पूरी जानकारी दी, और निश्चित रूप से ये आगे के लिए हमारे स्टूडेंट के लिए बहुत ही यूजफुल होगा। एक बार आपको पुनः धन्यवाद, और आई एम थैंकफुल टू Dr. P.D. Balaji sir for given time, share the session and share his views for our audience. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Both.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Now,
thank you.
Dr. Balaji, thank you all the participants.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now next session will start. The next session chairperson, Dr. N.S. Ramchandra Murthy, formerly Deputy Director, Archaeology and Museum, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Co-chairperson, Mr. Anurag Shukla, former president and founder member of Dharohar Guide Association, Khajuraho, MP, and eminent speaker R.D. Tulashi Brinda, Assistant Director, Department of Museum, Chennai. So I am requesting to Dr. N.S. Ramchandra Murthy, sir, please chair the session and introducing our eminent speaker, Madam Brinda.
Yes. Thank you very much, Professor Mishra. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Namaste to you all. Namaste to you all. And thank you, Professor Mishra, for having given me a very good opportunity of interacting with the senior scholars and know what I did not know earlier. At the same time, I know, as I see from the resume supplied to me, I understand that Mrs. Tulsi Brinda is a museologist for over 30 years, and she has played a key role in being a curator of a variety of branches, that is geology, anthropology, zoology, and history, which I think it's very difficult for a single individual to know the different branches of archaeology or historical studies. And I also understand that she has been a very keen museologist who has organized a number of tours and informed the local public about the importance of the museums and published guidebooks and also research work. And she did her research work for Krishnagiri district and also about the special exhibitions she has conducted in other districts. And she published over 50 articles in magazines, which I'm not able to read out, and concerning historical and cultural journals, and published journals of Government of Museum, Chennai. That is Egmore Museum. Madam, you mean Egmore Museum? Madam, do you mean Egmore Museum?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And now,
Yes, sir.
and I'm also happy to note that a proper documentation also has been made about the objects displayed in the Egmore Museum, and also about the tribal objects which are being acquired and preserved and displayed in these museums. And in this context, I may also say that here in Andhra Pradesh, and that is former Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, we have few museums which are exclusively devoted to the study of tribals. There's a tribal museum here in Hyderabad, as I know, which exclusive because Hemendorf, you must have heard of Hemendorf, who has been here in Hyderabad district for over 20 years and stayed with the people, collected their objects, and which are now being preserved in a tribal museum of the government of Telangana. And now I invite Professor Brinda to kindly deliver a lecture. But unfortunately, I do not know much about Anurag Shukla. Kindly, may I know about you, sir? Anurag Shukla? He is not here? Okay. May I invite Professor Brinda, Dr. Brinda, to deliver a lecture on the Government Museum of Egmore, Chennai. Now, Brinda?
Good afternoon. Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon, sir. And welcome to Dr. N.S. Ramachandra Murthy, sir, Mr. Anurag Shukla, and all the participants who are here. And my thanks to Dr. Skand Mishra for having arranged so important topics during this webinar. And today being the National Youth Day, once again, good afternoon to all the youths who are present here now in online. And now coming to the subject, cultural legacy inherited from previous generations, a legacy which we often want to identify and preserve because it reinforces our cultural identity. And cultural heritage may be tell and include archaeological sites, artifacts, buildings, historic sites, monuments, museums, etc. When we speak about culture, we cannot leave out the word museum. And now going to the topic, Chennai Museum, which is located in Egmore, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. This is the second largest museum in India. And this was established in
Madam, you put
1851.
it, you expand in PowerPoint presentation. You just click it and expand to PowerPoint presentation. Fully, yeah.
Expand it. Yes, sir, yes.
This is the maximum.
The slideshow.
Yeah, slideshow.
From beginning. Okay. Yes, this is the entrance of the Government Museum, Chennai. The heritage wall, the compound wall itself is a heritage wall, sir. And these are pink stones which are available only in Jaipur. So we get it from there and reconstruct the compound wall when it is in damage. Then museum is a non-profit permanent institution dedicated to preserving and interpreting the primary tangible evidence of humankind and the environment. It acquires, conserves, researches, communicates, and exhibits our tangible and intangible heritage for the purpose of education, study, and enjoyment. This is the definition for the museum given by ICOM, that is International Council of Museums. This museum was established in 1851, and it is having 16.25 acres of land. There are 7 buildings and 57 galleries. 3 buildings are heritage buildings. This is the second oldest museum in India. The objectives of this department is collection and preservation of the past and present objects, conservation of exhibits to its pristine condition for posterity, storage and documentation by proper cataloging, research and communicating the findings through publications and on e-platform, exhibiting the collections for public viewing through thematic galleries in the museums, and conducting periodical and special exhibitions, conducting educational activities like seminars, workshops, lectures, training, and especially internship programs for school and college students for the benefit of general public, target audience, and students. And this is a multi-purpose museum, and we have nearly different sections like archaeology, anthropology, art, numismatics, botany, zoology, geology, children's museum, and in addition, supplementary to this, design and display section, education, and conservation section.
Sorry, but the slide is not moving, madam. Slide is there only. The government museum,
Madam,
Chennai.
you just put your cursor on the top of that is PowerPoint presentation, or below that. One cup-like symbol is there. You see that?
Slide move avaleya.
Slide is not moving. Slide is not
Slide
moving.
is not moving. Then you
Yes,
just
sir. Yes,
put
sir.
it. Cursor below one cup-like something.
It's Amravati Gallery.
Yes. Full. The third row, madam. Third.
Amravati Gallery. This is Mun Gallery. Yes, sir. Are you able to see now?
Madam, the cursor மேல வச்சு
Archaeology gallery.
Sir, are you able to see?
Yeah, தெரியுது மேடம். ஃபுல் கர்சர் நீங்க பவர் பாயிண்ட் பிரசன்டேஷன் போங்க. அந்த கப் மாதிரி ஒண்ணு இருக்கு பாருங்க, அங்க தட்டுங்க. மேல இது இருக்கு பாருங்க.
கீழ சொல்றீங்களா சார்?
ஆமா, உங்க இதுல சைடு இல்லாம ஃபுல்லாவே காட்டுங்க. அப்பதான் நல்லா கிளியரா இருக்கும். அந்த கப் மாதிரி தேர்ட்ல
ஃபுல்லா காட்ட சொல்றாங்க.
அப்படி காட்டுங்க. அதெல்லாம் ஃபுல்லா காட்டுங்க.
இது ஓகே. இப்படியா?
அப்படி இல்லப்பா. ஃபுல்லா ஒன்னு இருக்கு பாருங்க மேலே இருக்கு.
இல்ல என்ன
தெரியுது தெரியுது.
Yes, it's
வாங்க
all
from the
right.
beginning வாங்க. அமராவதில இருந்தே காட்டுங்க.
Amaravati.
பவர் பாயிண்ட் பிரசன்டேஷன் ஒன்னு இருக்கு பாருங்க. ஃபுல் ஸ்கிரீன் இருக்கு பாருங்க.
You go from
Okay,
Amaravati.
this is our Amaravati gallery.
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, this is our Amaravati gallery, sir. The
Yes.
Buddhist sculptures from the stupas of Amaravati, Guntur district, Andhra, which this adorns our entire gallery in the museum. These are more interesting and important record of the development of art in South India during the first 5 centuries, from about 200 BC to about 300 AD. They also reflect the social life of the people of those times. It's just like this is our newly organized Amaravati Extension Gallery. Here each stone speaks about the life history of Buddha. Then this is our bronze gallery. This
Madam,
Chennai
again
Museum is famous
it is
for
not
the
moving,
collection
madam.
of-
It is not moving again.
Next, bronze gallery
Next.
has not come.
Yeah,
now,
yeah.
now it's all right. Now it's all right.
அப்படி விட்டுருக்கு.
Yes.
Chennai Museum is famous for the collection of bronze icons from different parts of Tamil Nadu. We are getting these icons from mainly by the Treasure Trove Act of India 1858, and even the confiscated bronzes and from the idol sections. The bronze gallery consists of the world's richest collection of South Indian bronzes. The most important part of the collection of bronzes icons is representing the Hindu gods, goddess, and devotees. Saivite, Vaishnavite, Buddhist, and Jain bronzes are displayed in this gallery. Of these, the most notable ones are the dance image of Shiva, that is Nataraja.
Yes.
There are very famous bronzes like Tiruvelangadu, the Ardhanarishwara from Tiruvelangadu, and the group consists of Vaishnavite bronzes, Rama, Lakshmana, Sita, etc. And this is a bronze gallery, mezzanine floor, where we have a collection of Nataraja bronzes. Next. And the star display is in Nataraja as part of the cosmos. Here we have displayed the Vaishnava idols. And these are the Jain or Tirthangara bronzes. Next. And recently we have organized and done few garden works in which the sculpture garden is one of the important. This is a walk-through garden. And as we have our reserve collection, many bronze sculptures in the reserve collection, we have planned and we did this, implemented this during last year. And we have 3 sculpture gardens now in our museum. Next important part is, and apart from this, we have in our archaeology section a very good collection of 500 copper plate inscriptions and 100 stone inscriptions. They are of high historic and social value and social interest. Next is our anthropology section. We have a very big gallery, separate building for our anthropology collection. Anthropology is the systematic study of origin, evolution, lifestyles of mankind at various levels of culture. In short, the holistic study of mankind and its works. The first museum, Chennai Museum of Indian subcontinent, that houses antiquities and artifacts concerned with all branches of anthropology, that is prehistory, physical anthropology, socio-cultural anthropology, and linguistics anthropology. This served as a laboratory for the anthropometric study, paving the way of physical anthropological studies. By housing and presenting the ethnographic materials of South Indian tribes, folk people, and urbanities, it contributes to the socio-cultural anthropology as well. Consequently, the Government Museum Chennai has been designed aptly as the cradle of anthropology of Indian subcontinent, since the subject matter of anthropology was introduced and nurtured exclusively at the Government Museum Chennai since its inception. And here we have the rarest and important collection. These are the first Paleolithics of Robert Bruce Wood collection. One was received from Pallavaram of Chennai, and the other one from Athirampakkam, Paleolithic site. And here we have our collections of Neolithic stone tools. This is a burial urn of Adichanallur. Adichanallur is a place, actually graveyard in southernmost part of India, that is in Tamil Nadu.
Megalithic.
Megalithic, yes, sir, megalithic. It belongs to the megalithic period.
Yes.
And it is displayed in our anthropology gallery.
Yes.
And this is again another important piece of megalithic Adichanallur, the mother goddess, bronze. It is made up of bronze. Then these are examples of the art and crafts of those days from same place. And we have excavated iron implements. These are in display there. And we have got even potteries from, these are the megalithic pottery of Adichanallur and Perumbayur.
You don't have any labels of the objects displayed.
Sir?
You do not have the objects, descriptive labels for the objects. You do not have descriptive labels. Descriptive labels.
Sir, we are having descriptive labels to the sides of the showcase, sir. This is a showcase alone.
Alone.
The objects are there.
They are all keeping in showcase, sir. Showcases.
Yes.
Labels are there by the sides of it, sir.
Of course.
Then these are the megalithic Nilagiri collections. That is, the animals are depicted on the lids of the potteries. And these are all three-tiered potteries, specific for the Nilagiri area. And these were excavated by Alexander Reed. And here we have some tribal photos. Kurumba tribes playing aerophone. And these are Toda women from Nilgiris engaged in their usual indigenous embroidery. These are Toda tribes clad in Putpuli. That is, the dress is called as Putpuli. They do the embroidery work by their own hands. These are coiled ladder of the Chenchu tribes for honey collection. These are also in our collection in anthropology galleries. And this is tiger-faced cannon of Tipu Sultan. This is one of the important musical instruments in our collection, Panchamuga Vadyam. There are 5 faces on the top of this instrument. These are considered as the 5 faces of Lord Shiva. And this is a very rare piece from Tiruvarur temple, a famous temple in Tamil Nadu. We have a very good musical instruments gallery in our anthropology section, apart from the physical anthropology galleries. And next is our paintings, that is traditional and contemporary paintings. We have a very good collection of Raja Ravi Varma paintings, Rama Varma paintings, and Tanjore paintings. Apart from this, these are Yashoda and Krishna and Shakuntala paintings of Raja Ravi Varma. The portraits of the British governors of Madras Presidency are exhibited in this gallery.
No,
Tanjore paintings of Maratha kings.
It has to move out. Slide has to move.
Next.
Numismatic gallery.
This is our numismatics gallery, where we have displayed coins, then medals, measures, etc. A new building recently was constructed for the numismatics gallery and devoted to the public. This gallery has very good collections of very rare coins from ancient time. The coins in the collection are mainly of South Indian dynasties. There are also coins of North Indian dynasties such as Guptas, Kushanas, Mughals, etc. The most important coin in the museum collection are the Roman Byzantine coins, Chinese coins, Caliphate coins, and European company coins. They attest the contacts through trade and otherwise that South India had with the rest of the world. A very rare find acquired by the Chennai Museum was bought from Dhaulishwaram near Rajamundri, consisting of 127 gold coins, 49 of which belong to the Eastern Chalukyan ruler Rajaraja I and the rest to his son Kulothunga Chola. Then it is the scientific part, that is the science gallery, one of the science gallery, the geology gallery. This museum, in fact, in 1851 was started with the very good collection of nearly 1,000 rocks and minerals. The Geology Gallery is a veritable treasure house of Indian minerals and rocks and has been rearranged to present to the visitors a fairly complete picture of stratigraphy and the range and variety of mineral wealth of India, an invaluable natural source. And this is a giant ammonite fossil. We have received it from the Ariyalur near Trichy, which once upon a time was a sea, where we find lots of fossils, plant and animal fossils. And we have a very good collection of plant and animal fossils and a separate gallery as paleontology in our geology section. Recently, a robotic dinosaur, T-Rex, has been included in the geology gallery to attract the children. And this is a fossil wood from Tiruvakkarai, Tamil Nadu. It is also exhibited in the walk-through sculpture garden in our museum. This is one of the gallery of the botany section. In botany section, we have 3 galleries. Here we can find the textile blocks, which are used for hand blocks printing. Right from Indus Valley till the present date, different seals and blocks are exhibited in this gallery. And this is also gallery. And this is our botany gallery. As personal beauty is a greater recommendation than any other letter of introduction, as said by Aristotle, we have a special case for cosmetics. And all these cosmetics are received from the plants, fruits, and byproducts of plants. Next is the zoology gallery. Zoology section is one of the biggest sections in this museum, and we have nearly 12 galleries. Right from phylum-wise, they have been rearranged in our galleries. And this is one of the important exhibit, the whale skeleton. The whale from which this skeleton was prepared was a fair-sized specimen measuring over 60 feet in length and was washed ashore in Mangalore in 1874. And apart from this, we have 2 skeletons of male and female elephants. Then we have rare varieties of turtles which are becoming extinct. And one of the important one is the leatherback turtle, which we have displayed here. And this is a gallery recently reorganized where all the marine animals from our reserve collection were showcased here. And this is a view of our mammals gallery. And here we have displayed the state animal, Nilgiri tar. Next is our children's museum. Here we have World Civilization Gallery, Costumes Gallery, and Science Working Models Gallery, and a 3D theater to attract the visitors and children especially. And this museum, technological advancements like mobile applications, virtual reality, augmented reality, social media, and interactive media bring the museum at the doorstep of a common man living in any remote corner of the world. The connect the technology brings to museum is unparalleled, and the Department of Museums strives to make the best use of technology. Government Museum Chennai has proudly adopted few revolutionary technology to keep abreast with global museum scenario, which is attracting more visitors. Recently, we have installed video walls in our galleries. This is in Bronze Gallery and Archaeology Gallery, and it will tell all the story about each bronze and the sculptures in our galleries. And we have also introduced virtual reality in the Children's Museum and touch gesture-based technology solutions. And we have upgraded our campus, part of the campus view after the execution of the scheme recently. And we have various facilities for the differentially abled. These are the tactile path and labels for the visually challenged people to understand, Braille labels. There are ramp facilities and lift facilities for those physically challenged people in our galleries. Apart from this, we are conducting educational activities. Museums cater educational needs of students between the school level and university, and also for museum enthusiasts, researchers by conducting the various programs. Special lectures, trainings, workshops, internships are given by the museum. To bring out hidden efficiencies of children, various competitions are being conducted by the museum authority. These are some of the educational activities. We are giving epigraphy training to these college students by taking a. Next is the Lalangi. The visually challenged people are taken to the galleries and they are allowed to touch and feel the exhibits, the stone sculptures, etc. And these are internship training given to the zoology students. Preservation of insects are done by them. These are hands-on training, practicals in the gallery to the college students who come for internship. And a part of internship training with special reference to fossils. Animal and plant fossils have been collected and the students are allowed to touch and see the objects. And as part of our educational activity, we conduct weekly exhibits by all the different sections of the museum. One of the special weekly exhibits displayed in the government museum. And in order to recycle the objects that are present in our reserve collections, we are reorganizing our galleries now and then, and some of the collections from the reserve are brought out, and now this is a recently arranged prehistory gallery where the Adichanallur objects are displayed in a grand way. Thank you. Apart from this, we have a very big lab, chemical conservation lab, where all our objects, museum objects, are being conserved through chemicals in our chemical conservation section. So this museum has its pride over all these galleries and being the second largest in India. And I think I have given us a simple presentation, and thanks to all who have heard with patience, and to Dr. Skanda for having arranged this. Thank you, sir.
And any questions, please? Any comments?
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
I will ask,
Yes.
what is the total area of the museum?
Total area she has furnished. She has furnished the information in the beginning, in the first slide itself. She has furnished the information.
1978, I have visited the museum.
Yes.
Sir, good evening, sir. I am Professor Rajavali, sir. Ramchandra
Yes.
Garu, sir. Namaskar,
Yes,
sir.
Namaste.
Namaste, Rajavelu. This is. I am just giving compliment to her. She is very work hard. She hard worker, and she established the Krishnagiri. What you said in the earlier, the tribal museum in Andhra.
Yes.
She established tribal museum. She collected tribal objects from Krishnagiri area. That is a trilingual border of both Karnataka, Andhra, and Tamil Nadu. And regularly she conducted epigraph course. For your information, you are most
Mr. Just in this context, may I take the opportunity of first congratulating Dr. Brinda for having given us a very informative talk about the Museum of Egmore, which is so very rich, a variety of collections pertaining to different branches of knowledge.
Yes, sir.
And at the same time, I may also say that there was one Gidugu Ramamurthy Pantulu who wrote a script for the tribals.
Yes.
Who has prepared a script for the tribals. And now, I may tell you that she has said she has over 500 copper-grade grants brought by Treasure Trove. But if there are any, I remember to have visited that museum somewhere in 78 or 79 and copied the copper-grade grants pertaining to Andhra Pradesh. I took
Sir,
copies again.
many artifacts, including the earliest, the Nellore coin word that was available.
Let me tell you. And I have copied those copper plate inscriptions. And when Desikan was there in charge, perhaps you may remember. And the next thing is, you have Bhattiprolu relic casket inscription. Relic casket is there in your museum. You may know if it is still there.
Yes.
Yeah, it is there, sir. It is there, sir.
Bhattiprolu relic casket containing the
It is there.
Containing the mortal relics of Lord Buddha. That is one thing.
It is there in our gallery, sir.
It's a very a specific, unique feature of Egmore Museum. And Egmore Museum also contains this Amaravati gallery and stone inscriptions brought from the coastal AP and they are on display now. And Amaravati Museum I find a vast difference the way they are being displayed now and they were on display in 1978-79. Now it is completely modernized, technologically, with the technological innovations, and I feel very happy for that. And I congratulate Madam Brinda for having done all this. And I congratulate the government of Tamil Nadu for having, probably must have given good funds for organizing this museum. And I also take this opportunity to thank the participants for giving me this opportunity, and especially Dr. Mishra, Skand Kumar Mishra, who has given me a special privilege to chair this session and also speak to you. Thank you very much. Very kind of you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Anurag Shukla, co-chairperson, please, from Khajuraho. Mr. Anurag Shukla. Please.
सभी को
Yes.
मैं अनुराग शुक्ला खजुराहो से. So it was really very interesting session. It was great session, and such kind of webinar is just first for me. I'm very thankful for Mr. Skand Mishra ji, like he invited me to join this kind of webinar, and really I'm enjoying from last 2-3 days. I'm really very enjoying so many different kinds of scholars, presentations, informations. Really, all those are fantastic. So really, first time I'm watching the museum or artifacts of Museum of Chennai or Madras. I just studied a lot about the Amaravati Museum artifacts. I saw in different books, but first time saw in anyhow, like I didn't see live, but I saw. It's really a great privilege to me to join this session, and it's really great time for me. And please, I invite all of you for my session. I have my session at like the 5th one. Last one is my session. In that session, I will going to show you the temple of Khajuraho that was first constructed in 10th century AD. It was the first temple, and I can guarantee you, I will tell you all those facts which were not discussed by the people. And I will show a different angle of Khajuraho. Like generally people call Khajuraho temples means erotic art of the Khajuraho, but I will show the philosophical, architectural, iconographical. Like generally in India, people don't understand what is called iconography. We just know it's Lord Vishnu, Shiva, whatever. They don't know the stories and which kind of philosophy and thought is behind the icon. So I want to invite all those people who are in this webinar. Please continue with me, and you will get a lot of beautiful and new information from Khajuraho. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot, Tulsi Brinda ji. You really conducted very nice presentation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, congratulations, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And I welcome all of you to Chennai Museum. When you have time permits, you please visit here.
Of course, sir. Ramchandra Gar, sir. Ramchandra Gar, sir.
Thank you.
Hello,
sir.
Ramchandra Gar, sir. Sir, you have many copper plates. Still, it is going to be deciphered. Telugu inscription, Telugu copper plates.
Yes.
They are all in reserve collection.
Is it? If that is the case,
so you come and visit. We will do.
I say, let me tell you. Is it Rajuvel who is speaking?
Yeah, Rajuvel is speaking, sir.
Mr. Rajuvel, let me tell you, I am 80 years old now.
Yeah.
I am not able to go out of the home now. But if you could, if
sir,
you,
we will
I am
approach.
now,
We will approach the commissioner and Brinda. We will bring all the SM pages and we will come to your place.
That's what I'm going to tell you.
Yeah.
Mr. Muniratnam is sending me the stamp pages by
Yes,
post, by transport. I am deciphering them at home. I am also sending the contents, historical contents, and also a discussion. And I am preparing a essay volume. South Indian
Yes. I know, sir. I know, sir. Yeah,
you know
yeah.
that.
I know.
You know that.
Yeah.
Similarly, if you could send me the photographs or the stamp pages of the corporate grants if you are with you, I would be too happy to do whatever I can, and I would be too happy to decipher.
Yes, sir.
And also
The present government is very much interested, sir. Even the commissioner is also very much interested. So I will approach him through Brinda and we will do, sir.
Kindly.
No problem. Okay.
Provided of course, my age permits and
I know. You are all my you are my guru, sir. You are my guru, sir.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much,
sir.
Mr. Rajuvelu.
Professor
Thank you, sir.
Rajuvelu.
Yeah.
Professor Rajuvelu, I have a question.
Tell me.
You know, I am associated with museums in so many years. Mr. P.R. Srinivasan, who was there, later joined in epigraphical in Gangotri, Nagaswamy, Balu, sir, etc. I have a question.
Yes,
Number one.
Nagaswamy.
Dr. Nagaswamy and Balu, Mr. Kannan and Desika.
Yes.
All right. My question to you, both of you, Brinda Madam also, a good presentation. In the bronze gallery, second gallery, Vaishnavite bronzes, it has built very nicely as a miniature model of the temple itself. But most of the time, I found the Vaishnavite bronze section gallery is closed, number one. And number two, Brinda Madam often said this is the second largest museum, and which is the first largest museum. And the third question, are we allowed to go and see the copper plates? Thank you. Anyone can answer.
Brinda Madam, please.
Yes, sir. Sir, Vaishnavite gallery is open now, sir. We have closed it for renovation, but now it is open.
No, most of the time, though, to renovation or not, most of the time you start, they kept it closed. Leave it. Other one, which is the first largest museum? You often said
Calcutta Museum in India. Yeah.
And are we allowed to go and see the copper plates?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We have a gallery here for copper plates.
But previously,
where we have Pallava, Chola, copper plates.
Sir, do you mean the reserve collections or?
Reserve collections.
Sir, reserve collection, if you are able to decipher, they will allow you, sir.
Madam?
That's why I am requesting Ramchandra sir to come.
Certainly, I will do it.
Yeah, because if you want to read or educational purpose, they will allow. Because it is in archaeological section, they are keeping everything. Once I put a project on that, and they allowed me.
If you could kindly send me.
Sir, yes, we can do a joint project.
Yes,
if anyone is not willing, you can come. Yeah, we can do a joint project.
You are having research collection on many crimes from Andhra, sir, including WLS awards.
I understand, but sometime back my son was there in Chennai, but because I am suffering from knee joint pains and all that, I am not able to move out of the house. That's the problem.
Sir, we will do, sir. Jointly we will do as.
And if you could send me the catalog or something like that, I will just send it. See that, and we'll do the joint project as you have suggested.
Yes, sir. Yeah. We will approach, sir. No problem, sir. We will do that.
Certainly.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
All who are interested can come and approach, sir. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Skankumar Mishra. You have taken quite a large number of pains. You have suffered a lot, and most of us probably must have perturbed you and with our questions, queries, and everything. But you have been very kind. You have been very kind and patient, and he catering to all our needs and queries. Thank you very much. You have organized on a very wide scale, and it's indeed the first of its kind to see for me in my lifetime.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Dr. Madam Tulasi Vrinda. Dr. Given now, next session is Chairperson Mr. PC Lakra, IFS. Sir, yes, welcome, sir. And co-chairperson Dr. Madhuri Pagaria, Assistant Professor Zoology Department, Bharatiya Jain Pune, Maharashtra, and eminent Dr. Ujjwala Shivaji Deshmukh, Department of Zoology, Government Vidarbh Institute of Science and Humanities, Amravati, Maharashtra. Topic of the session is diversity of spider from Male Ghat Tiger Reserve of Maharashtra. So I am welcome all of you, and I am requesting to Mr. PC Lakra sir, please share the session and introducing our eminent speaker, Madam Ujjwala Deshmukh.
Good afternoon, everyone. To every participants, doyens of archaeology, geologists, and dear students, it's a great pleasure for me to introduce Dr. Ujjwala Shivaji Deshmukh, who is a professor at
Lakra sir,
yes,
मैं आपको इंट्रोड्यूस कर दूं पहले. डॉक्टर पीसी लकरा, डिप्टी कंजर्वेटर ऑफ फॉरेस्ट, महाराष्ट्र कैडर से हैं. इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ फॉरेस्ट प्रोडक्टिविटी रांची, झारखंड में पोस्टिंग है. रीजनल सेंटर शुकना, दार्जिलिंग. यस सर, नाउ कंटिन्यू.
So, sir, welcome everyone. So we are privileged to have with us Dr. Ujjwala Shivaji Deshmukh, who is a professor at Department of Geology, Government Vidarbha Institute of Science and Humanities, Amravati, Maharashtra. She has a wide experience in the field of archaeology, biodiversity, and taxonology, and she has a wide experience of working in this area, and she has been teaching experience of 18 years. She has been teaching the postgraduate students. Besides that, she has been guiding PhD degree student. She has already guided 4 students, and 3 students are working under her, and 6 students have been already awarded MPhil degree. And she has a wide publications. She has published about 37 papers, and I'm proud to be associated with Male Ghat Tiger Reserve. And I had been Deputy Conservator of Forest in Akot Wildlife Division. I know her by her name, by her work also, but I didn't have the opportunity to interact with her. I had heard a lot about the spider work, though I was concentrated more on tiger focused. But we know that a lot of spider work has been going on. A lot of new discoveries has been made till recently in 2021. So Ujjwala Madam will be providing us better exposure on the spiders of Male Ghat. I will be also gaining more further knowledge about the spiders, because I had not been much into the subject. I had been associated with Yadav Tarte Patil and Wankhede. I had heard a lot of spiders. I had gone on field visits with them. So it would be a great interacting with Ujjwala Deshmukh. And I also welcome my co-chairperson, Madhuri Pagaria Madam, to co-chair this session and also sum up the Madam presentation. So I request Madam Ujjola to present her lecture on diversity of spiders from Melghat Tiger Reserve, district Amravati, Maharashtra. Thank you very much. Madam, please. Hello, ma'am. Can you please unmute yourself and start your presentation? Madam, we are not able to hear you. Madam, we are not able to hear you. Kindly unmute yourself. No, madam, we are not able to. Ujjola, ma'am, we are not able to hear. We are able to see your presentation now.
Yes.
But the voice is not audible,
Your
ma'am.
presentation is visual, but voice. तो रही कुछ लेकिन वॉइस फोन करना पड़ेगा.
Ujjola, ma'am, we are not able to hear. Ujjola, ma'am, no audio.
You are not heard, madam.
मैं फोन कर रहा हूँ.
Ma'am, we can see you as well as your presentation.
Ma'am, we are not able to hear you. The presentation also has gone off.
Please to unmute.
Madam, kindly unmute yourself.
Please unmute.
Ma'am, your
No,
speaker
ma'am, we
might
cannot.
be silent. On the volume might be low of the speaker. If you're on the laptop or computer, you just need to check the volume.
The speaker icon has also gone off, so it seems.
So can she reconnect again, disconnect and reconnect again?
Madam, we are not able to get your voice.
Some technical error.
No, ma'am, you're not audible.
हाँ मैडम, हेलो उज्ज्वला मैडम। अच्छा, वो तो लेफ्ट हो गई।
She has left the session, it seems. वो है नहीं अभी।
अच्छा अच्छा, वो उनका लगता है प्रॉब्लम है सर, इसमें स्पीकर का कुछ गड़बड़ हो गया, टेक्निकल इशू है लगता है। मैंने कहा है उनको कि आप इसको किसी जो कोई हो वहां पे उसको।
No, ma'am, you're not audible.
No, ma'am, not audible. Ujjwala ma'am, you are not audible.
हेलो लकड़ा सर।
हाँ मिस्टर।
हाँ अभी वो दूसरा लैपटॉप लगता है, लैपटॉप में प्रॉब्लम आ गई है उनके, दूसरा लैपटॉप से वो जस्ट प्रेजेंट करने जा रही हैं। और तब तक आप मेल घाट के बारे में थोड़ा बता दें, आपने तो कुछ किया है काम वहां पे। अभी हो सके
Totally. जो मेलघाट टाइगर रिजर्व है, let's have a brief introduction about Melghat Tiger Reserve. Melghat
Yes.
Tiger Reserve is there is a place called Chikaldhara. That's called the hill station of Vidarbha. So it's some 250-300 kilometers from Nagpur. So it lies in 3 districts basically: Amravati, Buldhana, and Akola. So the headquarters of the chief conservator, the administration of Melghat Tiger Reserves, lie with the chief conservator of forest. Presently, Jayati Banerjee Madam is working, and under her there are 3 different forest divisions are there: the Akot Wildlife Division, the Sipna Wildlife, and the Gugamal Wildlife Division is there. So 3 forest means 3 deputy conservators are working there. So basically, Melghat Tiger Reserve are a tribal inhabited area, basically inhabited by Korku tribes. So this Sipna Gugamal area, Melghat Tiger Reserve is one of the second tiger reserve so far as I recall. When the Project Tiger started in 1972. So this tiger reserve has 3 jurisdictions, as I already told. Akot Wildlife Division, they have these beautiful forts also. We have the Narnala Wildlife Sanctuary. It's very small sanctuary, about 12 square kilometer, and we have some good amount of number of tigers there in this 12 square kilometer. Then there is the Amba Barwa Wildlife Sanctuary. So Amba Barwa Wildlife Sanctuary is very near to Segaon. So Segaon is a well-known pilgrimage place. So Amba Barwa Wildlife Sanctuary is there. We have the Gugamal National Park. So Sipna, Somthana Wildlife Range is there. So beautiful area, beautiful rivers. Then there is the beautiful Wan River. We have this railway passing through this sanctuary. So we have some issues with this sanctuary also regarding the railway lines. So the railways wants to construct a broad gauge line there. So because of the wildlife inhabitants habitat of tiger there, we have difficulty in extending it to broad gauge. So there is perusal that this should be made, and all the villages in this Akot Wildlife Division coming under this different wildlife sanctuaries have been about 12 villages where they have been rehabilitated on the buffer area of Melghat Tiger Reserve. Many villages has been rehabilitated in Akola and Buldhana area, and along with some areas in Amravati. Gugamal Wildlife Sanctuary under Gugamal jurisdiction also trying for rehabilitation of these people. In this rehabilitation under Project Tiger Reserve, what we do is we provide them rehabilitation amount of 10 lakh per adult member available in a family. Adult member consists, so to say, if a husband, wife, and the child is a family, then we provide them 10 lakhs of rupees. Then otherwise, if they are not interested for 10 lakh, then we go for land also. So we have a close coordination with the revenue department also for rehabilitation of these people. So it's a massive task because many people had to be rehabilitated. They have to be convinced that we are conserving this area for the tigers. So it is a huge challenge for the department as well as the stakeholders out there to be rehabilitated to the new place, because as we know, people are attached to their culture and to their land. So it's not easy for them to move out. But people were very much convinced that they should move out for the improvement of their livelihood as well as the education of their children, because as we know, Melghat is a hilly mountainous, not huge mountains, but it's a remote area. We don't have kind of electricity kind of thing. So it's a beautiful place. Melghat is a beautiful place, and during monsoon we call it the magical Melghat. So it turns very beautiful during this period. And the forest department, the Melghat Tiger Reserve Foundation is trying to improve tourism also, and to provide proper infrastructure to this rehabilitated people in this Melghat Tiger Reserve. And as well as Chikaldhara, we have some in Chikaldhara we have this forest guard training college also is there. So we train those people, and one, as madam is going to present about the spiders, so we have a spider museum out there. Other trophies collection is also available in this tiger reserve. And I would request all the people out here who are present there to visit Melghat sometime, to have a view of Melghat, which is very unique, and unique in its kind, because in Chikaldhara also we have one more fort. So there are history mingled with the nature. So both the archaeological people out here will also have a nice time exploring or discovering new artifacts in this region. So it's a nice place. We have beautiful rivers, beautiful hills present there in a remote location of Amravati. So I hope people would be going there. So Melghat Tiger Reserve has its own foundation and working for the people, and they are working together with the NGOs also there, so to improve the livelihood of the people. Like we are training people, we are doing some innovative works like guide, means the guide who are there, they are being taught taught and trained to guide the people and tell about the beautiful nature of this Melghat Tiger Reserve. As we know that Korku people out there are very shy and they don't talk to the people. So we are trying extremely hard that ecotourism kind of thing may be improved. We have the Narnala Gate where ecotourism safari is being conducted. We have the night safaris being conducted. Then there we have made machans during full moon nights. We have conduct animal census, so people are allowed to volunteer and go for the animal census on full moon night in the month of May. Also, they can join hands in the collecting, surveying the census report. Beside that, the ecotourism activities, we provide livelihoods, like we make soil and moisture conservation work in the villages also, so to provide water, because water is scarce in Melghat region. So this kind of livelihood activities we are trying to do, like lakh cultivation also we are trying to encourage in this particular Melghat region. So we are trying because Melghat Tiger Reserve is a reserve and they have their foundation, because if they are getting money from these activities like tourism and all, they can replow it back. Like if we are getting taking money or fees from the government authority, if the government is taking, then we have to plow it back to the government revenue. So the money earned through the Melghat Tiger Reserve wouldn't be going back. So the foundation does this thing that it should be plowed back to the welfare of the people. So we have this Melghat Tiger Foundation where activities like ecotourism is also continuing. We are having kayaking also facilities. We have jorbing facilities. We have rope climbing, gliding kind of things. Activities are taken up. The former principal secretary was very keen on improving the livelihood effort of this people. So he had really encouraged these activities in this area, and he was personally very interested in Melghat Tiger Reserve and used to compare it with different area in Africa also. So he every time if he used to find time, he would visit this particular Melghat Tiger Reserve and try to encourage. And he was so into Melghat Tiger Reserve that he personally knew the people, the guards, what we call one mazdurs in this area till the uppermost people. So he used to call by their name, and it is very famous for the forest owlet, also very rare species of owl found in Melghat Tiger Reserve. And he was so this activities is being carried. And the best thing about Melghat Tiger Reserve is that there are very many nature lovers who NGOs are there who make effort to protect this area. They always raise voice, they give feedback that this should be done, this should not be done. So with their active participation, Melghat Tiger Reserve is doing well. So we expect that it will do better, and people will know about this particular area very well. And in the area of archaeology also, as I told, Madam has been working, Mr. Wankhede, G.N. Wankhede is also known of doyen of spiders. They have been discovering new species of spider in this particular area. I think Madam has joined, so I would request Madam to continue, start presenting her lecture, so that I
Yes,
don't
sir.
speak into her time.
Yes, sir. Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sorry
Thank
for disturbance. I think some technical issue was there in my laptop. So a problem was there.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We can continue with start with your presentation, ma'am. So.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Your presentation is visible now. You can start your presentation.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Lakra, sir. And I must express my thanks to the organizers and the coordinator of this e-webinar, which is based on a very diverse topic and very interesting topic, definitely, related to heritage and nature and conservation, all these things. Now, sir, as you, Lakra sir, specifically, as you say that you are related to the tiger. So in ecosystem, a spider and tiger all are having the equal weightage according to me. So this topic, though it is with the very teeny organism in the nature, but still it is having the utmost important in universe, we can say, because as we know, the arachnids are those organisms which are found everywhere except the Antarctica. And as all these organisms, they are having their specific characteristics in the environment. So as we know, the earth compasses a tremendous diversity of flora and fauna, and of which the aranid are one of the group. Commonly we call them as the spiders, which have been evolved 380 million years ago. If we will go through the history, you will find the megalomorphy and the arenomorphy, these two basic categories of the spiders. Megalomorphs, these are the ancient spiders, and silk was started being produced, but not as the web secretion was there. And the arenomorph, mostly they are having the silk productions. And they are found everywhere in all habitat except some few niches. So spiders, they are the invertebrate predators. The great majority of food principally are the insects. That is, you can say these are the bioinsecticides. There are some myths about the spiders, that is, they bites to the human and causes the problem. But rather, if you will see, very few spiders, they are the venomous to the human. No doubt, there are some spiders which are venomous, or even not proper treatment is given, they are deadly, like the resculus spider or the black widow spider. Some Australian funnel web spiders are there. But in India, I have not gone through such literature that is the spider bite has caused. As the tiger, they are the important character or indicator of rich diversity of forest or that ecosystem. Similarly, the spiders, they are the bioindicators. That is, it indicates the number of spiders are there. It means that the flora and fauna is very much flourish. And when the flora and fauna is flourish, that is definitely the number of tigers can be there in that ecosystem, right? So if we will go through the current global list of the spider, more than 49,000 species are there. And in India, 1,686 spider species. This is according to the data which has been collected from the ZSA and some other references. So more than this must be there, because many of the area they are not explored for the spider. Comparatively, spiders, they are not liked by the people, and so no much work has been carried out, I think so. So if we will go through the comparison between the spiders and insect, because both are belonging to the arthropods, but the spiders, they are having 2 body segment as compared to the insects, they are having 3. And the major characteristic, that is, the spiders, they have 4 pairs of legs, and the insects, they have 3 pairs. Along with these, many characters are there, like wings are always absent in spiders, but insects, they are having 1 or 2 pairs of wings. And pedipalps, which are present in spiders, which are the characteristic of the spider, particularly in case of the males, they are the sperm carrying organs of the spiders, which are absent in insects. So there are many differences between the spiders and the insects. Now, if we have to identify the spider, as I have told you, the number of families of the spiders are there. Some specific characters are there, as the spiders, they are having 6 to 8 eyes. So different families, they are having a different eye position, and these are some of the photographs. This helps to know about the position of eye in different families, along with their numbers also. So this is what a technical characteristic, those who want to go for the study as the taxonomic study, this will help. Then the second thing, that is the epigyne, which is the female reproductive organ which is present. These are some of the pictures where you can see the different epigynums, they are present in different species and different characteristics. And as I told you, the males, they are having this pedipalp. Even the females, they are having the pedipalp. But these pedipalps, in case of male, these are the bulgy organ. When the males, they are mature, this carries the sperms, and the sperms are ejected into this epigynum of the female. So this is the characteristic of structural characteristic. Then the important character of the spider, that is, they spin the web. In case of the insects also, some insect, they secrete the silk, but that silk is secreted through the mouth of the insects, while the spiders, they are having the spinnerets. These are the different silk secreting or the silk producing glands which are present. Mostly they are present at the abdominal end, but some species are there where you can see the spinnerets are present at the middle of the abdomen. The number of these glands, they are 2 to 6 glands, and different type of silk or the proteins, they are secreted, which get converted into the silk thread when it is ejected through the spinnerets. That is another character. The different type of webs. As I have told you, the spider secretes the silk. Similarly, the spider constructs the different type of web pattern that also you can see in different species. As the eye pattern will help you to identify the family, to some extent you can identify the family of the particular spider with the type of web which has been constructed by the spiders. I have studied or collected the data from the Melghat Tiger Reserve. Melghat Tiger is one of the tiger project in our region. It is a sanctuary sanctioned in 1973 and occupies an area more than 16,000 acres, square kilometers. From some part of the Melghat, not a complete Melghat I have gone through, but some buffer zone and to some extent some core part also, that is the Bor region and the Bori rehabilitated villages that I have gone through for the collection of spider. The method which was followed, which was according to the Tikader, who is a pioneer in India, you can say, for the study of spider, large data and the key is available. Similarly, some other workers are there, or you can say the arachnologists are there, whose keys are used for the identification. So this is the beauty of Melghat Tiger Reserve. It is a dry deciduous forest. So in the rainy season, you can see such greenery, and during summer, it is very much dry in appearance. So what data that I have collected through the survey, it is 142 species of the spider from the 21 different families were collected. And what I have observed, the two families they were dominating over there, that is the Aranidae and another one is the Salticid. So these are the names of some families which I have collected from the Melghat Tiger Reserve. And now we will come to the details of the spiders. Aranidae is the family which is one of the largest family or the third largest family of the spider throughout the world. And whatever the species that I have collected from this family, they are also abundantly found in the Melghat tiger. Arrhenius mythificus and the Arrhenius species, they are most prominently seen in the Melghat region. And some of the characteristic of the Arrhenidae family, that is they spin the orb web, orb of the oval web. Architecture of the web and the web pattern of Arrhenid is very fantastic, and you will see whatever the webs they are constructed by these Arrhenids, they are depending upon the food type and the habitat where the spiders they are living. Mostly they construct the web on the bushes or the branches and the trees. The small webs are there, but these are the O webs, and in which the insects they will get easily trapped. Whatever the characteristic of the spiders of this Arrhenid family, this is one of the Arrhenid, that is the Argiope. You will see these are commonly known as the signature spider. You can see the architecture or the design of this spider, how beautifully they construct the web in between two branches or on the bushes where the insects they will get easily trapped. Then some other species like the Cyclosa are there. They construct somewhat irregular type of webs, though most of the Arrhenids they are having the orb web, but in case of some other species like Cyclosa, you can see the webs are not that much oval, but rather they are the irregular webs. Then the interesting characteristic of the Neoscona species, most of the Neoscona they construct their web in the evening. These are definitely the O web up to the length of 2 meters also, though the spider is so teeny, up to 10 mm. but the webs they are constructed by these neosconas. They are up to the 2 meters, and they start their constructing web in the evening. These are the nocturnal spiders. Whatever the insects they get trapped into these webs at night, they are used by this spider as a food. Normally they suck the fluid of the insects, and in the morning they distract their web or they eat their web and hide in some shady place, and again in the evening they start constructing their webs. Then the Zizilla species, here you can see the camouflage or the mimicry. One of this one is the insect, and this is the Zizilla species, and mostly these two species live together in the roll leaves or the litters, so that the insects will get benefited with the spider, and similarly the spider will not harm this insect normally, because he is using the area of that insect. So such type of camouflage can be also seen in case of spiders. Then another family, that is the clubinites. Yes, clubinites. These are known as the sac spider or the leaf rolling spiders. These are the ground spiders. You will not observe them above the height of normally 2 to 3 feet. Rather, they are in the litters or on the ground. They are found, and they make rolling of the leaves with the help of silk. They have secreted to hide inside or in the foliage, making a tubular hole or a retreat that will help them to protect themselves. These spiders feeds on very small insects or the larvae or even the eggs of some insects. Then the next family is the Irisidae. Only the 100 species throughout the world they are recorded from this family, and this is the species that is the Stigodipus dumicola male. It was first recorded in our region. Before that, there was not report of the record of Stigodipus dumicola male in our region, which I have recorded for the first time. These spiders are known as the social spiders, and one important characteristic that I have observed in case of the Stigodipus, that is after mating, female eats the male. That is, the male is having a single reproductive life, and once the eggs are laid by the female, she used to guard the egg sac. She nearly guard that egg sac for 21 to 27 days, that is up to the hatching of the spiderlings. Once the spiderlings they hatch out, they ride on the body of the female and they suck the fluid of the female. Initially, she start to feed by regurgitated feed or the secretion, but then after, all the spiderlings ride on the body or particularly the abdomen of the female, that is on the mother, and suck a complete body fluid to the death of the female, and till then they get much more developed, and then the dispersal of these spiders take place. That is the matrophagy, which is the important character which have been observed in case of the Irisids. Second thing, that is the web which are secreted. As I have told you, these are the social spiders, so they live in a group initially, so they make entangle and large irregular web, and number of insects and the larvae they get trapped into these webs, and then that has been used as a food by the Irisids. Then the another family, that is the Gnaphosids. These are called the ground spider, that is indicating that they are living on the ground, or you will find them generally on the surface or in the litters. And these are the very fast or the active spiders. Instead of using the web or constructing the web to trap the prey, they follow the prey, or it is chasing the prey, and as these are very fast in their activity, and one more thing, that is these are the nocturnal spiders, So whatever the insects which are nocturnal in nature, they are trapped by these spiders. No doubt they produce the silk, but whatever the silk which is produced, which is gluey in nature, and they spread it as a drag line, and whatever the insects which are moving over there, they will get stuck to this web, and they are trapped by the gnaphosids. Then the another family is the Hercelidae. These are also the very teeny spiders, and in one way they are easy to identify and very difficult to observe also. The identification mark of this spider, that is, they are having a very long spinneret, so they are called as the tailed spiders also. Here you can see the pedipalp of the female, which are not bulgy, rather the male, they are having the bulgy pedipalp. So this is the basic difference between the male and the female of the Hercelids, and these are found on the bark of the tree. Again, these are the spiders, they not construct the web, only they make a retreat, a small meshwork of the web, just to hide or keep their eggs also. And they make a camouflage with the bark, because they are found on the bark of the trees, dried bark of the trees, and these are the very good friends of the farmers, you can say, because they feed on the mites or the ticks or the what it is called the wood lice. That is the food of these Hercelids. So they are helping very good in nature to control the population of insects under control. Then another family is the Lycosidae. Here you can see the tunnel web. These are also called the tunnel web spiders, and these tunnels, they are on the ground, and these are up to 1 feet deep also. And whatever the construction of these tunnels of the webs or at the end of the opening of the tunnel is that when insects get trapped over here, that vibration is detected by the spiders that comes out, sharply capture that feed and go inside. So this is again one of the characteristic of the lycosids which are living over on the ground or in the crevices. Particularly a very good season to observe the lycosid when there is a greenery during the September, particularly in our Melghat region. After a rainy season, when there is a greenery or the grass has been grown, you can see a large number of web tunnels of these spiders, and these are also feeding on the eggs and the larvae of the insects. Metergids, these are again the very small spiders which are found in the environment or which have been recorded from the Melghat Tiger Reserve. These are the ground spiders, and they feed on the very small mites and the ticks, which are normally harmful to the environment. So 2 species of the metergids were recorded from the Melghat region. Then another important characteristic of the Melghat Tiger Reserve, we can say, it is the record of Nephila spider. These are also known as the giant wood spider or the giant tick spiders, and another name is the golden web spiders. As we know that the Melghat is also famous, along with the tiger, famous for the tick plantation. And in between the 2 tick plants, large size, very well grown up tick plants, in between these 2 plants, you will see the large size web up to more than 10 to 15 feet or more than it. Such orb webs, they are constructed by the Nephilas, Nephila clavipes or the Nephila philips are there. Particularly Nephila philip, they are abundantly seen in the Kolkhas region. And you will see this is the teeny male. If you will go to compare the size of the Nephila philip, it expands with its legs more than 15 centimeter, and the males, they are just 2 to 3 centimeters in size. And on the web of the Nephila, that is the male constructs the web. At the center, the female is there, and on the web of the this Nephila female, large 3 to 4 males are found at the border or at the periphery, and the large insects, particularly the grasshoppers or like that insects, they get trapped. Butterflies, sometimes small birds or the bats, they also get trapped into the web of the Nephila. And once the animal or these insects or the birds, they get trapped into the web of the Nephila, it is very difficult for that organism to left it, because it is one of the strongest web that has been secreted or constructed by the spider. Then one more family, that is the Oxypidae, which is also known as the lynx spider. And you will see these are the very beautiful, very colorful spiders of this family, which are also the season loving. That is when there is a greenery in the environment, you will see the large number of oxypus or the oxypids in the environment. These are also jumping spider. They are not called jumping spiders, but they can jump. And the characteristic to observe or to find out the oxypids, that is, they are having the thorn-like hairs on their legs. That is the characteristic to identify, along with the 6 eyes which are arranged in a hexagonal position. But this is the prominent character that helps to identify these spiders. These are also found on the plants, constructing the small webs on the bushes and the plants. And a large number of spiders, they are observed during September to October, where the mature spiders of this family are there. These are some of the males of the oxypus. You can see very prominently over here the male palps, the identifying characters of the male. That is the pedipalp, which are having a bulgy structure, where the sperms, they are collected over there for the copulation or for the reproductive purpose. This is a picture. What a beauty of nature. This has been clicked by one of my research students, and you can see the pollen grains of the China rose that has been stuck to the leg of these oxypus. This is the Pisutia species of the oxypus, and a large number of pollen grains, they are stuck. That is, these are helping in the pollination also. That is, along with the insecticide, it is helping in the pollination. Then the another family is the Philodromidae. These are the running spiders or the ground running spiders. These are observed at where the moisture or the water bodies are there, near to the water bodies. You can see these are found normally. So these are collected near the Sitna river. And these are the fast runner spiders. They hide under stones or in the crevices, and normally when bright light is there, it is difficult to observe them. But in early morning, if you observe on the sand or the nearby rocks of the water bodies, you can see the large number of philodromids moving over there. And mostly those insects which are moving towards the water bodies or near to the water bodies, they are the feed of, that is the feed for the philodromids. Pulsids, commonly called the daddy long leg spider. These are found in our houses, offices, or everywhere you can get this Fulcus. And this is a picture that what characteristic, that is egg sac that has been carried by the female with the help of chelicerae. I think I have forgotten to tell about the character of the chelicerae. That is chelicerae, that these are the organs from where the venom or the toxicants they are secreted to numb or to paralyze their prey. So with the help of chelicerae, the female is carrying the egg sac. Normally, in most of the spider families, you will see the egg sac is carried and guarded by the female until the hatching. No doubt, in some species like irresids, after hatching, the spiderlings may feed upon the mother or they may get dispersed. So the falsids are also found abundantly and throughout the year in the Melghat Tiger Reserve. This is another one more family, that is the Pisuridae. This is again the water-loving family, and this is the Dolomedes. This found very close to the water body. Some species of the Dolomedes, they are having the characteristic that by making a balloon of silk, they enter to the water body, pick up a small fingerlings, and that will be the food for the Pisurids, or particularly the species of some Dolomedes. So these are the species of the Pisuridae family, that is the Dolomedes triton, Pisurina, Myra. You can see this is a very close to the water body where the sand or the such rocky structure is there, and where these spiders, they are wandering in search of insects. This spider also not construct the web, only the silk is secreted for the egg sac, just for the dragline purpose, but for capturing the prey. These are the fast runner spider. They mostly mimic to their environment, and so it is very difficult to identify by their predators. Then another family, that is the Salticidae. This is the largest family, or the family where the large number of species they are present. It is in case of the spiders, you can say the maximum species they belongs to this family. These are known as the jumping spiders, or they are also called as the pussycat spiders. These are the teeny spiders, and you can see everywhere this spider, this spider you can say, or about this family, you can say they have occupied almost all niches everywhere. That is, no restriction is there. Either it is a dry deciduous, or it is the rainy forest, or any type of forest. Everywhere you can see, even in our houses, you can see these teeny jumping spiders. So this Chrysilla lotus or lota, or the Euphrates, these are the very commonly found in our houses. Hylas, these are also found in our house. Marpisa decorate, you can see the beauty of this. A specific band pattern is present on the abdomen of these spiders. This is the Myrmanchini. It is the ant mimicking spider. It is very difficult to identify along with the ant, because these spiders, they are found along with the colonies of the ant, and mainly the eggs of the ant is the food for this Myrmanchini. This is the Fintilla, a very small spider. You can imagine the size of this Fintilla vittata. Then the large number of Plexippus species are there in the Melghat, which have been recorded over there. Sealer cupris. Initially, when you see this spider, it mimics to the insect, because the first pair of leg of this insect you hold like the antenna of the insect. So it is somewhat difficult initially to identify either it is an insect or a spider. Then the Telamonia dimidiata, these are also the beautiful spider color variation is seen in case of the Telamonia along with the surrounding environment. So this is the another species of the Telamonia. This is the one species of the Telamonia where the color pattern which normally mimic to the environment. These salticids, they do not construct the web, only the retreats are made by these spiders to hold the egg sac or to hide in. But whatever the characteristic of these spiders, you might have been observed, that is when the prey is attacking them, they throw a drag line of a silk, and with that drag line they escape from over there. About the jumping characteristic, they can jump or they can lap up to 50 times of their body size. So they can prey their food just by lapping on the prey, and helps in controlling the insect population. Then the another family, that is the Scytodid. Scytodid, also known as the spitting spider or the spiting spider. That is whatever the web that has been secreted, or the silk, you can say secreted, because they are not constructing as usual web. They secretes the silk, and that silk is comparatively very much sticky. Normally when silk come in contact with air, it suddenly become hardened, but the silk of the Scytodid is it is somewhat sticky, and so when the insects or small arthropods, they are moving over there, they get stuck to that sticky secretion that has been secreted by the Scytodids, and so they are also known as the spitting spiders also. Two species of the Scytodids, they were recorded, that is the Scytodis alfredi and the Scytodis fusca. They are recorded from the Melghat. Then this is one more family, the Sparacid, which has been again recorded from the Melghat, which is commonly known as the huntsman spider or the giant crab spider. They measures up to with the leg span of complete leg span up to the 15 centimeter, or whatever their complete expansion of the leg span is, so what. So all huntsman spiders, they are nocturnal in nature, so it is very difficult to find them in daytime. Whatever the survey we have made, that was during the daytime. So as some co-guides, or the what we can say, rather the experts like the Gajbesa was along with us at the time when we survey. So they guided us how to observe and how to find out the nocturnal spiders. And with the help of them, we were able to identify and observe these sparacids, though they are the nocturnal spiders. These are normally, or what we can say, the food of this sparacid is the cockroach. They love the cockroach as a food. Then the another family, that is the Tetragnathidae. These are the spiders which are known as the long jaw spiders as well as the long abdominal spiders. You can see the abdomen of these spiders is long, and they are having a very beautiful coloration and the camouflage, that is they get matched to the environment where they are living, long and the cylindrical body. And when they are on the branches, the characteristic of these spider, that is they hold their forelegs, these forelegs on the front side, and the hind forelegs on the back side, so that they get matched with their environment. That is, if this spider Leucage bengalensis, if it is on the green twig, that get matched to the twig, or such a Tetragnatha montana like spiders, these are found on the dried or the brown color branches, so they get very easily matched to their environment, and this feeds on the small insects and the larvae of the insects. Theridiids. These are known as the dewdrop spiders because just like the dewdrop, they are found on the ground, on the grasses or on the foliage or the litters, and just appear like a small dewdrop. These are also very colorful spiders, teeny spiders, and they mostly feed on the very small insects or the eggs of the ants. Will be the food for the theridiids. Then another family is the Thomisidae. These are called the crab spiders. You will see when they sit or they are in a resting condition, most of the arrangement of their legs is like the crab, so they are called the crab spiders. And these are the flowering spiders, that is on the flower they sit, and some of the species it has been observed that they change the color along with the change in the color of the flowers. So a variation in color you can see, and they sit calmly on the flowers, and when insects visit to the flowers, they attack on the insects. And the last family, that is what I have collected from the Melghat, that is the Euloboridae. These are also the small spiders found on the bark of the trees or in the litters, and very few species or the population or what it is, the diversity of the Euloborid was seen in the Melghat. Very less number of spiders were there. So this is about the data that I have collected from this Melghat region. I would like to share that